Windies in the Caribbean.
The red ball is back, and a new challenge awaits Craig Brathwaite and his emerging West Indies team, with Bangladesh the latest visitors to these shores. A quality battery of fast bowlers will bring the maroon fire as the Windies aim to end the year on a high.
Straight through, it's 5 for Jaden Seals. What a bowling display this has been.
Who can inspire the home team this time around?
Only days after the white ball series against England, it is red ball time in the first of 2 test matches between the West Indies and Bangladesh here in the Caribbean at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in North Sound, Antigua. First test match here in Antigua and Barbuda. The second, we move on to Jamaica, followed by 3 one-day internationals, which are very, very important for points, and then 3 T20 internationals. Great pleasure to welcome you alongside Atta Ali Khan, who's here with me. We'll hear from Atta a little bit later. Bangladesh's 6th test of the Caribbean. Let's go to the middle and join Nikhil Uttamchandani.
The West Indies are back home for Christmas. It is the start of the West Indies-Bangladesh series. All important, day 1 of the first test, and of course we are ready for the toss. Jeff Crow is today's match referee. We have Mahedi Hassan Miraz, captain of Bangladesh. Craig Brathwaite is captain of the West Indies, and he's got the coin.
Head.
Head's call.
Heads is the call.
Yeah.
It's a spinner.
On the mat. Heads it is.
And it's heads. So Mahedi's won the toss. Mahedi, you stay right there. You've won the toss. What will you be doing and why?
Yeah, I like to bowl first because I think the first hour is very important for our bowlers. Like, you know, the wickets looks good, but we have to take advantage first hour.
Tell me about your team today, just in terms of your bowling group. Have you gone with 3 seamers, 2 seamers, and how many spinners?
Yeah, we got 2 spinners, Taijul and myself, and 3 fast bowler, Taskin, Shariful, and Hassan Mahmood.
And just coming here in the past, your top order hasn't got the big runs you've been looking for. What will be important for you guys when you do get the opportunity to bat?
Yeah, definitely. It's a great opportunity, everyone, for the top order batsmen, and actually we had good communication. Like we have good top order batsmen at this moment, so we have to focus on our batsmen, the top order.
All right, go well today.
Sorry?
Go well, go well.
Yeah, thank you very
We'll
much.
get Craig now. The mic, Mahedi, the mic.
Oh, sorry.
Craig, lost the toss, won it. What would you have done and why?
We would have bowled first, but in saying that, I think the pitch still looks decent. We're having a bit of moisture, so we just got to work hard as you know, the openers.
Give us some insight into what your preparation has been like. It's been 2 months where the West Indies haven't played any Test cricket.
Yeah, I mean, most of the guys would have played Super 50 before coming here. So I mean, that was majority. Obviously, we had a nice count here before this Test series. So I mean, I think the guys in very good spirits, and you know, it's all about believing in yourself.
We saw the team announced yesterday. Give us some reasoning behind why you guys have gone in with the 4 pacers.
Well, here at Antigua, I mean, we got a lot of success with the pacers, to be honest, and spinners, you know, didn't get as much. I mean, albeit the pacers took most of the wickets. So yeah, we're going in with the 4-pong, obviously quality bowlers, and you know, we still got Kavem and Alec who could bowl some spin as well.
And for your batting group starting here today, Craig, how do you get bigger runs and bigger hundreds out of them?
Staying hungry, man. I mean, getting a start is good, but it's going on. And obviously, as you get in, you got to work even harder. And you know, once we do that and stick to our plans and go big, you know, don't think small, don't be happy with a 50, you know, go a big 100, and I think that will put us in a good position.
All right, go well today.
Thanks.
Right, Craig Brathwaite. The news from the middle then, in lovely conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Bangladesh have won the toss and they'll be bowling.
Thank you to Nikhil and the captains, and of course a return to Test match cricket for Justin Greaves out of Barbados. Played earlier this year in January in 2 Test matches in Australia. Has been around the circuit, scoring runs and taking wickets for a long time. And a first Test match as captain for Mahedi Hassan Miraz. Obviously has been a stalwart for Bangladesh across his international career, and his 50th Test match. Atta Ali Khan, as promised, is here with us. Atta, given the absence of Shanto and a number of other senior players, Mushfiqur, etc., what's on target for this Bangladesh team on this tour?
To be able to find success in all three departments of the game, to be able to do something better, something special. You mentioned about the players missing out due to injuries and other reasons, but it's time. I feel it's time for the youngsters who've been given that opportunity over and over again to show something in the middle as a bowler and as a batter.
All right, Atta, let's confirm these teams that the captains have espoused, and starting with the West Indies team, who will be batting first, and under the spotlight will be Craig Brathwaite to try to get some runs. It's his favorite opposition here, this Bangladesh team. Mikhail Louis, Casey Kati, Alec Afanese will be hoping to get into the runs as well. And of course, you've got those seamers, Roach, Joseph Seals, and Alzari Joseph, the other Joseph.
Yeah, I like this combination because they've gone in with three frontline seamers. They also have two frontline spinners in Mentorship Miraj and Tajul Islam. But as we discussed earlier and heard from Mentorship Miraj, it's the top order. They need to be at their best. Mahmudullah Sanjoy and Zakir Hassan, left and right in combination. Then Shahid Hussain has come in, and Mominul Haq and Lichun Das will have to really play a good role with the bat. Jakir, really watch out for him. He's a pretty exciting cricketer. It's a pretty decent combination here.
Thank you very much to Atta. Well, we've had rain here in Antigua and Barbuda over the last couple of weeks. Bright sunshine today, so let's jump back out to the middle a little bit earlier. Of course, Curtly Ambrose with Samuel Badri.
So nice to be in Antigua for the start of this test match series. The sun is beaming down at us. There's a nice refreshing breeze coming across this venue. And speaking about the venue, there are a few famous names associated with this. The Sir Viv Richards Stadium, Vivian Richards, of course. When I look across to the southern end, Sir Andy Roberts, his name adorns that side. And across to the northern side, guess who? Well, it's the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And he's alongside me, Sir Curtly. Day one of the first test. When we look at this surface, what can we expect?
It looks a very good surface. As we go down a bit closer, you can see there's an even covering of grass. It's very hard. There is some moisture in the surface. I reckon it's going to be very good for fast bowling.
Well, talking about fast bowling, Bangladesh, they've won the toss and they've decided to bowl first. Can they get any sort of assistance from the surface, you think?
They certainly will. The bit of grass will help. I expect to see some bounce. May not be as quick to start, but there's some seam movements, I believe, and later on it'll be better for batting. But bowling first is a good opportunity.
The fast bowlers might just enjoy the initial period here in this first test. Two evenly balanced teams. Looking forward to a good contest.
Thank you very much to Sir Curtly and to Samuel there. Well, the teams are lined up for the formalities of the anthems, the Antigua and Barbuda anthem, then Bangladesh, and then the West Indies cricketing anthem.
Please stand for the national anthems of Antigua and Barbuda, followed by Bangladesh, and finally the West Indies.
আমার সোনার বাংলা আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি চিরদিন তোমার আকাশ চিরদিন তোমার আকাশ তোমার বাতাস আমার প্রাণে ও মা আমার প্রাণে বাজায় বাঁশি সোনার বাংলা আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি ওমা ফাগুনে তো রামের মনে প্রাণে পাগল করে মনে হায় হায় রে ওমা ফাগুনে তো আমের মনে প্রাণে পাগল করে ওমা প্রাণে তোর ভরা থেকে কি দেখেছি আমি কি দেখেছি মধুর হাসি সোনার বাংলা আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি কি শোভা কি ছায়া গো কি স্নেহ কি মায়া গো কি আঁচল বিছায়েছ বটের মূলে নদী কুলে কুলে মাতর মুখের বাণী আমার কানে লাগে সুধার মতো মরি হায় হায় রে মাতর মুখের বাণী আমার কানে লাগে সুধার মতো মাতর বদর খানি মলিন হলে আমি নয়ন ওমা আমি নয়ন জলে ভাসি সোনার বাংলা আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি
Us here to this region, but through it all, we have risen above. Through our flannel nights, flashing their willow and leather, these keepers of the flame must feel our undying love. This Caribbean nation is rising fast. A sunbeam cutting through a clouded past. A passion fills the world like a raging fire. As the sun shines, you know we can take it higher. Let every voice be raised. Everybody give praise. Rally round the West Indies, now and forever. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and
Welcome to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in North Sound Antigua. The West Indies are home for Christmas. It's the first test of two. West Indies taking on Bangladesh. Day one, a very important day one here in Antigua, a place that has produced so many greats in West Indies cricket. Many who have enhanced the legacy, and there's the man himself. Today marks 50 years Sir Vivian Richards made his debut for the West Indies, and I look at the two teams after Bangladesh won the toss and chose to bowl, sticking with the trend for captains here. 4 changes for that Bangladesh team since their last test match against South Africa a couple of weeks ago at home. They've gone in with 3 seamers in Taskin Ahmed, Hassan Mahmood, and the left-arm seam of Sharful Islam, and then Captain Mahedi Hassan Miraz and Taijul Islam to bowl the spin. And for the West Indies, First time we're seeing Joseph Roach, Joseph and Seals play together. So exciting times. No specialist spinner with Greaves, the all-rounder, who also is a seam option. Important toss for Mahedi to win his first test match as captain. A young team, young batting group. And they'll be thinking about this opportunity against a tough team to be at home, as Bangladesh know all too well. And speaking of home, a man who knows this place like no other. From Sweets here in Antigua, Sir Curtly Ambrose. Good morning.
Morning, Nickel. Hello, everyone. Certainly is a fantastic day here at the Sir Vivica Stadium. Sun is out. It's very hot at the moment. But the good thing is there's a nice cool breeze blowing across from east to west. It was certainly a wonderful day for cricket.
Mika Louis, Craig Brathwaite began their journey earlier this year together in England. Had that South Africa series at home. A lot of responsibility will be on his shoulders. He's got a phenomenal record against Bangladesh. 3 of his 12 test hundreds against this opposition. And it's been a quiet year for the captain, averaging below 20. So will be hungry, Craig Brathwaite, to get runs in a venue he knows quite well. Closing in on 100 tests, that 212 also against Bangladesh, his only double 100. Mika Louis, his opening partner. Only 6 tests so far. Just making his debut earlier this year, but has shown positive signs for West Indian fans to be excited about with that 1/2 century coming in England earlier this year. And Hassan Mahmood, 23 wickets in 7 tests, making his debut also in 2024. He's been a revelation and a find for this Bangladesh team. Will look to swing the new ball, using the wind coming from the east. First delivery of a 2-match test series. Here we go. Two very experienced standing umpires today. Sir Curtly to oversee proceeding. Nitin Menon from India, one of the best in the world, 28th test. Kumar Dharmasena, his partner for the test match. 86 test matches.
Good looking surface. Nice covering of grass, which is good to see. Fast bowlers would love to see that. There's some moisture in it. Look at the color with brownish. Tells you there's preparation moisture. Looks a good surface. And there should be some sea movement for the fast bowlers.
Interesting, actually, how both teams have gone about building their 11s for this game. The West Indies going with 5 seam options. There's grass on that surface, as you just mentioned, Sir Curtly. Not real green grass. And then Bangladesh, at times we've seen them play just 4 bowling options and stacking the batting, but they've gone for the extra seamer in Shorful Islam. very meticulous with the use of the seam, uses the scramble there, sometimes holds its line, but can also go seam up, get the ball to shape away from Brathwaite, starting quite close. Dismissed him in the warm-up game last week after 3 deliveries with a similar type delivery, just on the top of off.
So that is something that he would have in his mind. Can I do the same thing here? Bit of bounce. He's not expressed by any means.
Made an over to begin the test series, none for none. Here we are back in St. John's, Antigua, Bangladesh. Very familiar with these conditions. Played 2 test matches previously here. 2 of their 4 in the Caribbean. Yeah, no Shadman Islam, of course no Mushfiqur Rahim or Najmul Shanto. 6'3" Sharaful Islam to begin proceedings from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's only played the 2 test matches this year. 1 against Sri Lanka, 1 against Pakistan. Missed the last 2 test series, still working his way back from injury. First time Mika Louis facing a delivery in the series. Yeah, leg slip in to start, and will get the ball to come back into the right-hander, bringing that fielder into play.
Very, very attacking field to start with. There are 3 slips on the gully.
Just thought about. No, he is now taking out the leg slip, putting him into a catching position. Louis sometimes can fend the ball on the body, so immediately attacking from ahead, Hassan Miraz. It is a return to the Caribbean for Phil Simmons. He's been in this position before for Bangladesh, was also West Indies head coach for a number of years, and now is back with the Tigers. Would have been in charge for that South Africa series, which was hard fought. Ended up losing 2-0, but not easy to come in and take over straight away in such a hectic year.
hint of movement and bounce. Something that is expected. That should be encouraging for Shoifel. And of course, Andre Coley, head coach for the West Indies team. He's been at the helm for a little while now.
Nice start from both seamers, none for none. Yeah, West Indies lost the toss today. Bangladesh, no surprises, opting to bowl first. Yeah, that line right there against Craig Brathwaite has been a successful one for teams and opposition teams this year especially.
Beautifully bowled. Good seam presentation as well. And that's the area you want to get it in. Look at that movement. Close, but not close enough.
First runs in the series. Fascinated by the decision and choice of ends. You think about Hassan Mahmood's skill set, naturally will shape the ball away from the right-hander Sir Kirtley, and then you've got Shoreful who will bring the ball back in as his sort of wicket-taking delivery. But with the easterly wind, it's almost counteracting both of their skill sets. Thought Shoreful would start from this end to use that easterly wind into the two right-handers, and then Mahmood vice versa. But they've opted for this, and must be a reason. Yeah, that's left to right, this wind.
I totally agree with you there, Nikhil. But at the same time, they probably thought it wouldn't make a difference. Probably they reckon they are good enough to get the job done. Doesn't matter which end they're bowling from. Well, so far, they're doing a good job. Very, very quiet start for the West Indies. Of course, they'll have to take some time to get accustomed to the pace and bounce of the surface. This is test match cricket, so no big rush per se. Beautifully bowled once again by Mahmood. They are making it difficult for both batters. As he looks to the heavens, still searching for that edge.
Very menacing from Hassan Mahmood. 1 for none. Last ball of the previous over. Bit of extra bounce there. And challenging both batters on that 4th, 5th stump line. Hedi Hassan Miraj winning the toss today. Go back last 7 test matches here in Antigua. 6 of the captains have won the toss and bowled first. And when that has happened, only once has a team lost. So immediately with the moisture that you get on offer, you're in a winning position. There's again that inward movement into the right hand. The leg slip is back. Into his 50th test, and there will be some pressure associated with this. So currently his first game leading, but it's been a barren year for Bangladesh in terms of wins. 3 wins, 7 losses, similar for the West Indies as well. 1 win and 6 losses. That's in the World Test Championship. How does he accept the added responsibility? He's such an important all-rounder for them. Does it impact his performance? All questions to be answered.
Because both teams have struggled in recent time, I don't think he will feel too pressured. Obviously, he will fancy his chances of beating the West Indies. So I reckon that there's a lot to play for from both teams in this 2-match test series. Phil Simmons, head coach of Bangladesh.
Yeah, and this very straight line Shoreful is attacking is something they will do to Craig Brathwaite because he's been susceptible to the ball down the leg side. But we saw his full skill set on show in the first over circularly, where he can start the ball and swing the ball back into the right-hander, but has the one maybe scramble seam that just holds its line. So that's 4 deliveries on a very straight line, and then the 1 change up there and then back onto the stumps. So he'll be using the seam, using his skill set throughout the day to try and set up these West Indian batters. Leg slip goes out for Mikael Louis, back into that catching position mid-wicket. chance. Yeah, Brathwaite was run out in that first test against South Africa. Batting with Mika Louis. A getaway then. 3 for none. Great set of 4 overs so far. This has been such good challenging bowling from Hassan Mahmood, and Bangladesh have done their research here. He's been nicked off and caught behind the wicket. Louis 7 in his first 10 test match dismissals.
Very, very close. Sloppy. Should have done better. Off the outside edge once again from Louis, resulting in 2 runs. But that certainly is good bowling from Mahmood. Asking questions. Look at the seam presentation. Bowling in good areas as well.
And this is good. Good to see Louis taking on the short ball, because Kagiso Rabada used it against him and set him up with it. First boundary for the West Indies, it comes in an authoritative manner.
Not afraid to play the pull shot. Michael Louis played it well, got on top of it. Mahmood not very pacey, so it wasn't that difficult. Couple of balls ago. No edge whatsoever.
Obviously, Sir Curtly, Mahmood doesn't have the pace of a Rabada, but immediately you can see them attacking Louis in a couple of different ways. First of all, knowing that he's edged, and first of all, his many dismissals in his early test career have been behind the wicket, so bring slip into play with the one going away. But Rabada set him up going full, sometimes Yorker, and then went into the pitch short, like Mahmood did there. Louis passed the first examination. England were persistent in the summer this year on that 5th stump line and tested his patience.
And that's what it's all about, Nikhil. You know, batters are most vulnerable at the start of the innings. They want to feel a few in the middle. They want to get off the mark, get into some sort of rhythm. So as bowlers, if you can probe that off-stump line, you're in with a good chance of getting an edge, especially if the ball is doing something off the surface.
6 runs coming in the over, 9 for none. You know, West Indies are home for Christmas. We have a full series against Bangladesh, 2 tests, 1 in Antigua here, then Jamaica, 3 ODIs. Now, the 3 ODIs will be a challenge for them because Bangladesh have dominated one international cricket against the West Indies, and we close off right before Christmas with the perfect present. 3 T20 internationals in St. Vincent. And bottom left of your screen, live on ESPN Caribbean, is the first series of a massive 6-year deal. So hello to all of our viewers on ESPN Caribbean. I know it'll be evening time in Bangladesh, and you know, Sir Curtly, those fans, they won't be missing this.
Very nice looking. Well, guys, guys.
We know exactly what the plan is. From Shariful, looking to bowl a bit straighter to Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies skipper. There's a leg slip in place, couple of slips as well. But I reckon he should at least concentrate a little bit more on just that off-stump line, luring Craig Brathwaite to go after deliveries before bringing that one straighter. Right there, I don't mind that. Bowl a few in that particular area. You're trying to set him up and then bring the one back in to try and probably chop him leg before. Very good bowling. That's the area. Beautifully bowled. Continue to probe and ask questions. Very, very well done.
Yeah, and to support that, Sir Curtly, against deliveries, the data tells us that in swing into Brathwaite, he averages close to 50, whereas the ones that go away from him, it drops down to 28. But there's been a number of dismissals. Jimmy Anderson in England series, Kagiso Rabada in the South Africa series, on a good length, but the line critical, just angling into off stump and shaping away, getting the outside edge. But I can't understand why they would attack him like this with that leg slip, because many West Indian fans will remember countless dismissals of Brathwaite where he's just fending down the leg side, gets a fine edge and brings that leg slip fielder into play. So it's good to have the option, I guess.
It's not a bad plan, but at the same time, you have to set him up. Just concentrate on that off-stump line, just outside off-stump. And then bring the one straighter. Nothing wrong with that delivery. That's much better. 60 overs gone, 9 without loss.
Hassan Mahmood. It's a lovely little fast bowling group that Bangladesh have been developing over the years. Hassan Mahmood, of course, has had his own career stalled to an extent by back injuries. ODI and T20 debuts in about 4 years ago, really. And only this year played his first test match. Shariful, a member of that ICC Under-19 World Cup winning team at Ali Khan, as I say good morning to you, back in 2020 in South Africa. Taskin Ahmed. It's a new generation, Nahid Rana, who has caused tongues wagging, not in this test match. Your thoughts?
Morning, Bish. Morning, all. Yes, Nahid Rana also making debut this year. And he surprised a lot of people, especially in Pakistan, when he hit close to 150 kilometers per hour. He did surprise Babar Azam. And he did surprise also Mohammad Rizwan. These are the two outstanding cricketers for Pakistan. You know, they've got a good bunch, really good bunch now. And you got to give credit to the past coaches who've been involved with Bangladesh. Even now, there's Phil Siemens, Courtney Walsh. There's so many. Otis Gibson, Alan Donald. And it's been a revelation because remember, Bangladesh would depend on spinners. Not anymore.
Quick shake of the head in the negative from Nitin Menon, one of the best umpires going around currently.
We've seen a hint of movement, lateral movement. But this might be just doing a little bit too much and drifting down the leg side. There you go. Well, the areas have been good, have been impressive. This is the 7th over, and West Indies have only picked up 9 runs so far. Remember, there was a short pitch delivery earlier on for that boundary. Otherwise, it would have been even less.
Been testing Mikhail Louis in and around that area. We've had a lot of rain in Antigua and Barbuda and other parts of the Caribbean in recent weeks, and this outfield very heavy.
It's a good chase. It's a good chase from Zakir Ali. Has kept the wickets, but that is a very good effort. I reckon he's okay. Let's watch that right foot. Does it release? It goes over. Nice, fine.
Looks as though we should come to the decision of it being a good save. confirmed now by the television umpire. Titan Butler, the television umpire. As if Yakub actually. A couple of runs for Mikhail Louis. 13 without loss. Bangladesh won the toss on their 6th Test match tour of the Caribbean and chose to bowl first. Change of bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Shariful Islam, the left-arm seamer, is replaced by Taskin Ahmed. Can't believe he's 29 years already, played in the 2012 Under-19 World Cup. He's only played 15 Test matches, having debuted back in 2017. We were exploring the technique of Mikhail Louis and be very mindful, you can still see his off stump on several of the defensive shots that he's played so far this morning and across his career. And Nikhil Uttamchandani has identified what we saw a lot in England, him nicking off behind and being caught behind the wicket quite often. So one of the challenges that he has faced is when his right eye covers the off stump. Can he keep the hands down the line of off stump and not get them playing away from his body too far outside the off stump and nicking off? Judgment has to be specific. That's just one challenge.
You know, I think the bowlers will also be looking at the technique that we just showed you a little while earlier. You mentioned about the batter, Mikhail Louis, getting dismissed, nicking towards the slip cordon. But when we saw that, we also saw the gap between the bat and the pad. You talk about that off stump. So the left leg doesn't really get close to the bat. And there's a bit of a gap, and that can be exploited by the bowlers, setting him up, bowling outside the off stump, and then try to bring one back in.
It's good movement, yes, confirmed by Mikhail Louis in the surface. He'll just be trying to work his way closer towards the off stump with the odd scramble seem to nip it back. Nice from Mikhail Louis, the second time he's played that shot this morning with telling effect.
Yeah, probably not the right length from Bangladesh bowlers. That's the second time that they've try to pitch it short, and it sits up nicely. Easy pickings from Mikhail Lewis. When you see there's a bit of a lateral movement, might have used it to your advantage as a bowler. Pitch it up, let the batter come on to the front foot. There's still a 3 slips and a gully in place.
Times he can be just a touch short, Taskin. 18 without loss. School kids here will be hoping to be inspired by this Test match cricket. Of course, we're celebrating 50th anniversary of Sir Vivian Richards' first sojourn in Test match cricket in Bangalore. Back in 1974 when he made his Test match debut. He didn't get many runs. Gordon Greenidge also made his Test match debut. He got into the 90s. Alvin Kalitcharan, former wet left-hander out of Ghana, who captained the West Indies, got 100. Of course, Sir Viv is the man after whom this stadium is named. The ends, respectively, named after Sir Andy Roberts and Sir Curtly Ambrose. Sir Clive Lloyd got 100 in the second innings of that test. November 1974. Sir Viv got himself trapped by Bhagwat Venkatarav twice in the test match. Of course, Venkat went on to become an umpire as well. Gundappa Vishwanath was a player, some player. Bowls a fuller length sometimes than Taskin Hassan Mahmood, and one of Atar Ali Khan's favorite cricketers, the great man, Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards, poised just at the entrance to this facility. No nonsense captain, no nonsense batter. Hassan work it more onto a tighter off-stump line.
It's such a beautiful sight when you see the school kids come to the ground and watch Test match cricket. You would want to see even more. Again, down the leg side. What a player. So Isaac Vivian Alexander Richard, there you go. And that will not only inspire them to go and try to become cricketers in the future, but also be looking at individual players as icons. Certainly Sir Vivian Alexander Richard was a high icon. What a batter. And not only him, I think in that era when he played, and the team that played, the team that represented West Indies, was simply brilliant. There you go, Sir Andy Roberts, Sir Curtly Ambrose. We've got a gentleman sitting next to me, Bish. What a team! What a team!
Go back to Sir Andy, had his journey with Bangladesh cricket many, many years ago, was responsible for the emergence of someone like Tala Jubair. His unfortunate injury-affected career, still 18 without loss. Yes, Andy was responsible for the emergence of Tala Jubair, who's had something to do with coaching Nahid Rana at franchise level back in Bangladesh. Sir Gordon Greenwich also had his journey, as well as Courtney Walsh, involved in coaching and mentoring Bangladesh. I know my co-commentator Ali Khan was very fond of Sir Gordon Greenwich during Gordon's time coaching and mentoring the Bangladesh national team.
Yes, Sir Gordon Greenwich was my coach during a time when we went on to qualify to play the World Cup, 1997 ICC Trophy. Ended up becoming the unbeaten champions. And went on to play the World Cup in 1999. I was not a part of the team of the World Cup, but I was a part of the team which made us qualify to participate in the World Cup. And would you believe it? Bangladesh went on to create history by beating Pakistan in World Cup. Incredible, incredible, simply incredible. Once the people started to realize how good Bangladesh can be in cricket, because our national, our #1 game back home in those days was soccer, football.
Judgment of where your off stump is, in addition to all sorts of other things critical. We talked about Mikhail Louis and knowing where his off stump is. The front foot gets onto off stump, but look at where the hands go. That's another set of stumps away with a gap. So that's something he's got to be more meticulous about, particularly as he goes up a step against higher ranked teams, whether he leaves those at least early in his innings. After the South Africa series where he struggled, he's had some T20 cricket in the CPL, a couple of 50s. He's had some Super 50 cricket, our List A competition.
Yeah, even as a batter who tends to struggle a bit earlier on, but if he gets his eye in and gets set, then it's a bigger challenge to convert those starts to a big one. That's exactly what Mikhail Louis will be thinking about. He's the one who scored the bulk of runs so far. 21 out of the 21, he scored 18 with those couple of boundaries. So it's important that he sticks on, he just bats on. Both the skipper at toss said they would have opted to bowl first. Familiar face there on the left.
I wonder if Shariful will replace Hassan Mahmood from the Sir Curtly Ambrose and given the wind direction in what seemed pushed it in too much. 22 without loss.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 overs, the West Indies are 22 without loss. Continuing from the serve, currently Hamilton number 91, Hassan Mahmood.
The early sparring of this test match with a surface with a liberal amount of grass and some moisture from previous days of inclement weather. 6th over for Hassan Mahmood. An important test match for that man, Craig Brathwaite, as well. Bangladesh, I suppose as a sample size, has been his favorite opponent apart from a test match against Zimbabwe. He averages over 45 against Bangladesh in 12 previous test matches, 300s, his highest score of 212 against them. But since South Africa last year, 11 test matches at an average of 20.
And I'm sure Phil Simmons would have discussed this, specifically pointing out what you just pointed out. He's been struggling, so can be a candidate early on. They would be a touch disappointed because winning the toss and opting to bowl first, probably they could have bowled a little bit better in terms of line and length. I think Hassan Mahmood has been the pick of the bowler so far for me, whatever we've seen. But we'll have to also wait and see how his spin will do on this surface. Again, a hint of movement, lovely shape away from the right-hander. So to be able to get it a little bit closer to the batter, because when you have a new ball in hand, and it's like in the 11th over now, Bish, you'd want to use it as much as possible. What I'm trying to say is that if you're a bowler and if you have a new ball in hand, you don't want to see the batters leaving it to the keeper. You're wasting it. You've got to make an attempt, or rather force the batter to play each and every delivery.
That leg slip has been instituted. Top right of your screen. Wider on the crease for that one, but still too wide of the off stump in the end.
Another maiden over, 22 without loss. Wind pushing across from the east to the west, across the right shoulder to the left shoulder of Taskin as he runs into bowl. Three slips in the gully. So that wind obviously could be a benefit to Shariful if Shariful gets a spell from Hassan Mahmood's end. But you mentioned the spin, and if there is moisture, sometimes it seams, sometimes it'll spin, it'll grip. So you're absolutely right. That spin could also be a factor.
Wish you're surprised West Indies not going on to pick up a spinner. Gone in with 4 frontline seamers.
Very good. He's gone fuller since bowling back of the length halfway through that first over. He had his technical problems, Taskin, back in 2016 when we were at the T20 World Cup in India. Had to remodel his action. Come through that nicely. He's had other injury concerns. But by his own admission, he's gotten fitter, he's eating better. There's a deep backward square now, perhaps with that short ball. Yet to your question, the last time West Indies went into a test match without a specialist spinner was against the same Bangladesh team back here in 2022. Still managed to win the test match. The record of spin against pace here in Antigua heavily in favor of pace. There are many ways to do it. I personally like a frontline spinner in teams that I have. That's my personal preference. We'll see how it works out over the course of this test match.
Going back on Taskin Ahmed, you mentioned about his fitness issue, but he's worked really hard. He has worked really hard to regain his full fitness. And also there is a bit of an advantage at the moment for Bangladesh to have that many seamers available, because they do play them in a rotation policy. Most likely, because I'm a bit surprised that Nahid Rana is not in the team, in the 11. But having said that, I will not be surprised if he's in the second test match, because there is a rotation policy. To be able to have that many seamers available for selection, then you have that advantage of resting and playing different bowlers. And all quality bowlers, mind you. Nahid, the quickest of the lot. And I'm sure you were looking forward to see him in the 11, Bish.
Very much so. We'll get our chance. The leg gully going into play. Remember the days you talk about Tapash Baisha, Tala Jubair, Mushrafi Mortaza, Manjurul Islam. Nice tradition. Short ball coming in with that deep leg gully. An hour's play complete. 23 without loss. the leaden skies. Time for the Blue Waters drinks break.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we're going to have a drinks break sponsored by Blue Waters. After 12 overs, the West Indies 23 without loss. WindiesCricket.com is the official home of the Cricket West Indies. Keep up to date with live scores, ticketing information, statistics, player profiles, blogs, and the latest cricket information. So don't forget to check out www.windiescricket.com or interact with us and with other Windies fans on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube.
West Indies unscathed, being sent into bat earlier today, 23 without loss. The captain and Mikael Louis seeing them to this stage of the day's play. Bangladesh, as previously mentioned, won the toss and decided to bowl first, looking to make early inroads. Lots of plays and misses. Nothing really going the way of Bangladesh. Credit to the West Indies though. They've looked quite solid at times and looked to put away a couple loose deliveries. But by and large, it has been a disciplined start by the Bangladesh bowlers. 6 overs unchanged from the northern end. Hassan Mahmood, 6 overs for 11 runs. Shariful and Taskin, the other 2 used so far. Of course, it's such a pleasure to be in this beautiful country of Antigua and Barbuda. We're here during a special time. It's sailing week. There's so many wonderful beaches and of course activities on the ocean. April 26th to 2nd May 2025. Book your tickets and you can be part of this wonderful experience. Just rock up and race. Speaking about rocking up, it's a change of bowling. Shariful now from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And that's what Ian Bishop was mentioning a little bit earlier. Bowling from this end, he will get that ball to swing back into the right-hander because of the northeasterly wind. And a man who knows all about bowling, highest wicket taker for the West Indies, 519 wickets in Test match cricket. Is alongside me. Hello, Courtney Walsh, how are you? Good morning.
Good morning to the viewers. Good morning, Samuel. Good to be in your illustrious company, and it's good to see the ball still doing a little bit from the seamers out there at the Sir Vivian Richards ground. As you can see, the flag tells you it's a little bit windy, so we do expect a bit of movement. And the Bangladeshi bowlers have been doing just that this morning. Nothing to write home about in terms of wickets, but they have bowled in the right areas, I think, pretty consistently so far.
Yeah, that's where he wants to be. Nice and full, looking to get that swing. It's been a difficult period for Michael Louis. As you can imagine, day one, the moisture on the surface due to preparation, that off-stump area, the corridor of uncertainty. They've done well in terms of playing with soft hands generally. And that has helped them with any sort of ball taking the outer portion of the bat, not carrying to the slip fielders. But Cuddy, when you win the toss and you elect to bowl first, as Bangladesh have done, first over gone, no wickets, must be a commendable effort from the batters, isn't it?
It certainly is, because when you lose a toss and you're inserted in, you expect to sort of make inroads. They haven't got lost a wicket as yet. The scoring rate hasn't set the place alight, but what they're doing is weathering the storm. We expect this wicket to get better as the game goes on over the next day or two, maybe even on the third day. So I think the West Indies will be pretty happy not losing any wickets as yet, and they would like to go to lunch the same. Bangladesh will be desperate to trying to make an inroad, trying to take a wicket.
It's a really nice gripping contest. Neither team is letting the other escape. So they've been nice and consistent with the ball, and so too the West Indians with the bat. They've been quite compact. Andre Kohli looking on quite intently. There is familiarity as well. Phil Simmons, the interim head coach of the Bangladesh senior team, former head coach of this West Indies team, so he'll know these players quite intimately. Another member of that Bangladesh staff, Nick Pothas, he previously worked with the West Indies as well. In the air, will land safely. So closing the face of the bat a little bit too early. 24 without loss.
Yeah, just swing back in just a little bit on Louis. Tried to close the face a bit early, as mentioned by Badri, and leading edge. Fortunate for him, it dropped in no man's land. So far, they've been playing pretty well, soft hands. The odd nick that they have gotten hadn't carried to slip. One other thing I want to say though, Badri, it's pleasing to see Bangladesh playing three seamers in a test match. They have come a long way. I remember when I just arrived on the shores of Bangladesh, it was one seamer with 4 spinners. Now they're playing 3 seamers and 2 spinners. So things have improved in the fast bowling department. Taskin Ahmed to start the new over.
There is protection in the deep for that very shot. Seen a couple of those played already by Michael Louis. So it's a plan. Good bowling area. 69% of the deliveries in that 6 to 8 meter band. In good areas as well. So as a bowling lineup, you wouldn't be displeased by the effort so far. You just haven't been able to get the edge or to take those wickets.
Very consistent. That's what you want to see from a coach's perspective, and also the captain. They have been in good areas very, very consistently.
Yeah, some aggression from Taskin. I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about that. The aforementioned battery of fast bowlers who are now emanating from Bangladesh. Previous commentators mentioned that there is sort of a paradigm shift from a heavy reliance on spin bowling to fast bowling now. We know of the exploits in New Zealand not too long ago, where they were able to win a test match on the back of their fast bowling exploits. Huge shout, really huge shout. Wicket given. Kumar Dharmasena raises that finger. And the vigil finally ends. There is a discussion though. He reviews it. Craig Brathwaite. And so we'll need to get confirmation. television umpire Asif Yaqub
TV
called
umpire
into
to
action.
director, we have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is out. I have checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? Yeah, ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through ultras, please. It's nice and slow. Yes, flat line when ball passing the bat. Roll it up to the bat, please. Yeah, satisfied. No bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready. Waiting for the ball tracking, Kumar. It's coming up now. Original decision out. Pitching outside off. Impact umpire's call. Wicket fitting. Stay with your original decision, Kumar. Stand by. You're on screen. Please signal.
Yeah, confirmation. Finally, some success for Taskin and for Bangladesh. The West Indian captain has to go for 4, 25 for 1.
The West Indies 25 for 1.
Casey Carty, the man from St. Martin, who made his test debut recently in that series against South Africa. On the back of a very good first-class season. He scored 496 runs, so he's been given an opportunity in a pivotal position, number 3 in, I suppose, any version, but more so in test match cricket. Is such an important spot. Showed good skills in his debut series. This is the reason why he's here. Finally, something going the way of Bangladesh. Good areas from Taskin. That lateral movement, back pad. And the height was good enough because of the umpire's decision. On field, that is. So important to get the umpire to raise his finger if you're a bowling team, because it then means that you get the umpire's call on review. 38 balls for his 4. Craig Brathwaite, he's usually very obdurate when he's batting. Yeah, Cody, just to come back on that, I suppose, stint that you had with Bangladesh as assistant coach, fast bowling coach, whatever you want to term it, and the work that was done, that foundation that was laid, and others who came after you, it must be pleasing to you sitting here now and looking at what is happening with Bangladesh cricket in terms of that transition, and to see these guys in action.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. Did a bit of work with Taskin. He was one of the youngsters when I just got there. But as I said earlier, when I got to Bangladesh, it was 1 fast bowler being played on 4 spinners. So I was doing a lot of network, test matches. So it's pleasing now to see that they're actually playing 3 seamers. I know Otis Gibson was there, Alan Donald, just to name a few. They've got Phil Simmons now as the head coach, but it's always pleasing to see that that belief and that trust has come out. And there's quite a few other guys that we spotted as well as net bowlers. So it's really good to see. It's 25 for 1.
Yeah, fitness level is so important. You can see the muscularity of Taskin, tall man. You don't usually find too many tall persons involved in cricket in Bangladesh, so it's good to see that once you have that physical attribute that you are trying to maximize in it. Another tall one here in Shariful. I've seen some tall players, Cuddy, who are bowling spin. I saw a couple in the Super 50. Durham from the Leeward Islands, tall like Suleiman Ben, you know of him, and left unorthodox. But just from a Bangladesh perspective, those physical attributes are so important. The predisposition to athleticism and to, I suppose, in a sense, fast bowling. Very much part and parcel of it. It doesn't mean to say, folks listening on and looking on, that you have to be tall to be a successful fast bowler. We've seen shorter fast bowlers in the past who have been exceptional. Dale Steyn, for instance, one of the best to pass through. Still some swing for Shariful.
You mentioned about height. Malcolm Marshall comes to mind, one of the most complete fast bowlers probably I've ever played with. So it just, as you rightly say, it doesn't mean height only, but sometimes height can be to an advantage. When you look at a Sir Kirtley, Ambrose, Joel the Big Bird Garner, they use their height to perfection as well. But Shariful is tall, getting it to swing, and that's the added sort of advantage you can have by having a little bit more height at times, but you still have to get the balls in the right area.
Yeah, targeting that front part, targeting the stumps. This is really good from Shariful. Good from Mikael Louis too, to play those deliveries and to be cognizant of what the bowler is trying to do. He's trying to swing the ball back in. So he's opened his front foot just a little bit so that bat can access the ball. Those little adaptations as you sort of understand what the opposition is trying to do.
Another beautiful delivery, but what I'm impressed the most about this morning, Samuel, is that the discipline that the seamers have shown. They haven't got a lot of wicket to show for it, but their consistency in good line and length and sticking to the plan. As you can see, the ball pitching just about off stump, but swinging back in the middle and leg. And the length has been immaculate. The line has been very, very good. But to me, the length, they've only bowled 2 bad deliveries that were put away. So this is good discipline fast bowling.
And the conditions in Bangladesh, Cuddy, when you were there, as you mentioned, heavily in favor of spin. What was it? Working with those fast bowlers in unfriendly conditions to get them to continue to like fast bowling. One, in difficult conditions, it's one of the toughest jobs, even in the best of times, but more so in those trying conditions across there.
Was pretty difficult because most of the nets were turning square and stuff, but you have to get them to believe in themselves, believe in their skills, and keep practicing it. So once the message got across, you know, and we were able to take them outside of Bangladesh, they saw different results.
Was that an opportunity? Swing again from Shariful. It's a consistent and persistent plan. Litton Das, was there an edge firstly? There was a sound. I'm not sure if it carried, but from his reaction, it didn't seem as though it did. Definitely a sound. It seems as though it just died on him, but it's an expansive drive from Mikael Louis. That's exactly what Shariful Islam wants. He wants to see that space between the bat and the pad. Much better. 25 for 1. A little event in that previous over. This is what Shariful Islam wants, though. He wants this expansive sort of drive. He's looking more for the ball, though, than the court behind. Edged. Litton Das falling away to his left. Yeah, bounces before him. Still not yet off the mark, Carty. First man from St. Martin to play test match cricket for the West Indies. First man to play one-day international cricket. So he is a trendsetter and a trailblazer. ODI century to his name as well. So quite recently against England, wonderful batting display from him. Yeah, but certainly someone who is inspiring the younger generation coming through, not only from St. Martin and the Leeward Islands, but regionally as well, Cuddy.
Yes, a lot of firsts for Carty. Really, really good to see. And as you're right to say, not just from St. Martin, but a lot of youngsters watching on high school cricketers. When they see stuff like this, they'll want to try to get involved and try to emulate this as well. So a really good advert for cricket in the Caribbean is young Carty. Another swing and miss from Carty. Still not off the mark as yet, so probably just a bit nervous. But Taskin running in, getting good pace, a bit of shape, asking some good questions. Just swinging away and no foot movement. Fortunate not to get a nick onto that.
Yeah, some clouds over the venue now, so overcast. It will augment that swing that is on offer. Yeah, not where he wanted it. He was looking offside. That went to the leg side. And this spell of fast bowling, sustained pressure from Bangladesh. It takes my mind back to that 2022 match against New Zealand where they won their only test match victory in New Zealand. Ibadat Hussain was the hero then. Nice young right hand quick from Bangladesh, not part of the setup these days. Caught, just a prod, a gentle prod from Casey Carty and a simple catch. So that's 2 in 2 for Taskin. And Carty goes without scoring.
Well, Taskin running in, hitting the good areas, and wouldn't call it a leading edge, but just probably didn't get over it. You can see the anxiety in his face. And an easy catch in the end for Tijul. He's happy, but he's not. Carty goes without scoring. At 25 for 2, Bangladesh a little bit up here now as they've made the breakthrough and they've got 2 wickets for that. Good disciplined fast bowling so far.
The West Indies 25 for 2.
Kavem Hodge, the man from Dominica, makes his way out to the middle with the West Indies team now losing 2 quick wickets. Firstly, their captain, and then Casey Carty scored that century against England earlier this year. Gets off the mark immediately with a couple. Successful over from Bangladesh. 27 for 2.
ভাই ফিল্ডাররা একটু তাড়াতাড়ি যা
Shariful continues. That one perhaps just holding its line, not coming back as much as the others. Into his 6th over, just the 3 runs conceded. He's been very good, but with no success just yet. This is the dismissal of Casey Carty. Just a gentle prod and push and a very simple catch. Full face of the bat, much better from Mikael Louis. Was something that Taskin Ahmed was looking to do, just to angle the ball back into Casey Carty. Delivered before, and then the one a little bit straighter, so that adjustment, and he was, I suppose, looking to get off the mark. Seemed a little bit anxious. Casey Carty. West Indies, their top 7 batters have the lowest batting average of all teams this year. It's a young batting lineup, guys who are now trying to make their way into international cricket. The average of 22.98 for the top 7, the lowest of all teams, and only slightly ahead are Bangladesh with 24. So 2 teams whose batting units have struggled in the recent past. They're bowling though, Cuddy. Those are the shining lights for both teams.
Yeah, both teams have shown good depth and strength in bowling. But as you say, the batting is something that they have to work on. Another good area from Shariful. He's hitting good areas, asking good questions of the batsman. Definitely spot on with what he's doing and what he's trying to achieve. But what I like about it is that his placement and delivery has been very good. You can see him swinging it there, swinging it into the bat again, asking good questions, hitting good areas. Yes, that was left alone, but it wasn't that far wide. That was an inside nick that didn't carry. But just his general area has been very, very good. Very pleasing to see.
15 consecutive deliveries from Shariful to Mikael Louis. Well, this one goes for 4. Full face of the bat, pad next to the ball. Perfect from Louis.
Probably just a little bit too full because you can see what he's trying to do, but you'd rather her on that side being driven than, you know, pulling it down short. But well executed by Louis. A full face of the bat, perfect timing, and away she goes for 4.
Yeah, credit to Shariful, though he's still bowling that full length, searching for swing, searching for wickets, and quite rightly so. Better length this time, just a touch shorter, 31 for 2.
excellent comeback last 7 overs or so from Bangladesh. Shorefield's second spell has been testing for the West Indies, and Taskin has benefited from the other end. Good partnership bowling from the two seamers, and the change of ends for Shorfield as well. So in the last over, brilliant package showing how he's got the ball to come back into Louis. But Taskin Ahmed, 2 dismissals, and both well thought out, well planned dismissals. Good afternoon, well, morning still to Atta Ali Khan.
Morning, Nikhil, and I just put that away. Yeah, when you speak about the way the Bangladesh bowlers have bowled so far, but every time, I think it's about 3 or 4 times that we've seen the bowlers pitching it short. There's been easy pickings one more time. That's put away from Hodge for a boundary. Yeah, when you see the ball doing something off the surface, yeah, there is movement in the air also. There has been lateral movement for a long time now. So better idea is to pitch it up. That's where they've been asking the questions. And that's where they need to be every time.
Yeah, there was a speaker or something going off which distracted Hodge. And that last delivery, which we saw the pull, for those that have watched and followed the journey of Kavem Hodge, they will know he's very strong against the shorter bowling, very good at the selection of height and when to pull and when to leave. And you could see how quickly, with just the one deep field, that fine leg was quickly onto it. The problems have come for him against the fuller ball. Josh Hazelwood, remember, in Australia earlier this year, purposely went fuller, which is something you rarely see from him, who's always on a good length, and nicked him off a couple of times.
And this is the kind of surface where you expect the bowlers to exploit the condition. You talk about the moisture, you talk about the cloud cover, it's there. So instead of trying to pitch it short, just pitch it up. Let the ball do the rest.
Extra fielder now offside at that catching position, so 3-point extra cover. That will release the pressure.
Too much on the pads there, and also sloppy. Goes through the fielder. Down the leg side. The fielders need to be sharp. That's Hassan Mahmood. Now he's bowled a few overs. He's bowled 6 overs. Should have been stopped.
Hodge, think back to that South Africa series after he got 4 starts, Kavem Hodge, and wasn't able to kick on like he did with that 100 he got in England earlier this year. So I had a good chat with him earlier today, and he said he feels in the Caribbean on these surfaces where the ball is doing a lot like it is now, he needs to find a way of, when he does get in and bats 15, 20 balls, to find more scoring options to keep those runs ticking along. They've made another field adjustment, another fielder into the leg side, right of screen. 37 for 2. really is a stunning place to visit, to play cricket. Yeah, West Indies in some trouble. Top order woes again. Shoreful continuing to Louis.
It's been a good change of ends for Shariful Islam. Remember, he started from the Sir Andy Robertson, and now he's come back from Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And the moment they made that change, you could feel that, yes, there is a ball is doing a bit. We talk about the wind direction. So from the left to right for Shariful Islam, that's the reason why he's been able to bring the ball back into the right-handers. You know, excellent. Bangladesh seamers have been very good.
And good for Bangladesh fans as well to see Shoreful playing. 23-year-old sensation. Obviously picked up a groin injury in the Pakistan series earlier this year. And you think about his story. Born in Nagardaya, small village in North Bangladesh, and I was fascinated after to read up and see that he had to travel 30 minutes by bike to the nearest bazaar just to get electricity to watch cricket. Hassan Murad on the field. And watch the likes of Mustafizur Rahman, who inspired him. And now you look 5 years on, he bowls with Mustafizur in the white ball teams. Volleyball background where he gets his strength and his jump. Father was a farmer, so yeah, the stories, and he could have such a lengthy career if managed well, like a Nahid Rana, like a Hassan Mahmood. When you think about a difference in angle, Bangladesh haven't had a lot of left-arm seamers in Test cricket, but also height, extra bounce, and just 23.
Yeah, 25 wickets in 11 Test matches so far for him. And he's been the revelation. And that's a good thing from to see from Bangladesh to produce seamers one after another. He's bowling a really good line and length here.
Had a good chat actually after with Carlos Brathwaite, and when Carlos Brathwaite was at the Khulna Tigers years ago, Shoreful was 17 then, and Carlos and I think Alfonso Thomas were the two overseas in the team, and Carlos was blown away by Shoreful's personality. He started quite shy naturally at 17 years old, but as they went on throughout the tournament, he really opened up, and you could see that there was something, some potential in the personality, but also obviously his skill set and his ability and want to learn. And still will be learning at 23. Interesting, coming from around the wicket that last ball.
Yeah, we spoke about the coaches in the past, but also everyone needs to understand the fact that we used to heavily depend on spin department. But the team management, the concerned people in the board, Bangladesh Cricket Board, started to realize that if you want to go and win overseas, you got to have a very strong seam attack. That's one of the reasons why they started to make surfaces back home with a little bit more grass than what it used to be earlier on.
Yeah, went short. They've tried this a number of times today, Bangladesh, but Louis has been very good on the pull, 41 for 2.
Changing bowler from the Sir Andy Robertson in number 91.
Boundary for Louis. Shoreful coming around the wicket. Last two deliveries of the over, maybe to use that short ball and be a bit more attacking with his line. But didn't have the backward square, just the fine leg. So in front of square, the pull shot gets 4. Mahmood replacing Taskin Ahmed.
Yeah, bowlers tend to get a little bit carried away when you see that happening in terms of lateral movement and swing in the air, especially on the surface. Hassan Mahmood back in the attack, picked up a back-to-back fifers. One was against Pakistan and the other one was against India, in India, both overseas. Now, when you see the surface doing a bit for the bowlers, I think you just need to be a little bit patient. You don't really want to be carried away and try to do different things. Just pitch it there. Maybe a little bit fuller. Because you never know. Once the ball gets a little bit older, then you will not be able to find what you've seen so far, what the ball has done.
Change of ends for Hassan Mahmood. First 6 overs was from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. This end gives him the opportunity to use the wind and go across Kavem Hodge. And I want to continue the conversation, Atta, because I think it is amazing to see how much they've transitioned. I mean, you think about Rawalpindi earlier this year, where they obviously won against Pakistan. The fast bowlers were prominent then. And for so long, the trend, even for the West Indies, has been, let's put grass, Nahid Rana there in the middle. Let's put grass on the surfaces and bounce Bangladesh out. But West Indies would have had a second thought about that plan, because Bangladesh themselves can go with 4 quality differing seam options, which is not a luxury that this man and the team have had in the past.
And when you talk about surface back home in Bangladesh, now they come up in the morning and when they see the surface, that there's a bit of a X factor for the seamers, especially because they start to leave quite a lot of grass on top of the surface, even back home. So it's not only the bowlers who are enjoying that. I think it's also a bigger challenge for the batters to be able to survive early on and to get set and then continue to bat through. And it's been happening for a pretty long time. There you go. One of the seamers in test. 59 in 9 matches. That stands out. Incredible. Also, for the very first time, they picked up all 10 wickets against Pakistan in test match. For the very first time, all by the seamers. There you go. 24 has been outstanding.
And after people will say the average, right, 34.8 is not that great. But let's put some context into this. Every one of Bangladesh's 8 test matches this year have been in the subcontinent. They've played away from home, but it's been Pakistan and India. So for where they've played and the amount of wickets the seamers have taken, it's a big improvement. Obviously, 2023 was their best year. But there's signs of progression for this seam attack. 42 for 2.
Middle, please. Just slightly.
Yeah, spectacular to see pictures like this. Bangladesh always enjoy their tours here. Atta Ali Khan, probably more than the team, enjoys coming to this part of the world.
I simply love it. Love to be here. Great spot. Great islands to visit. And even beautiful people to come across.
Leg slip in place for Hodge.
The ball now 20 overs. This is the 21st over. And if you look at that last delivery, again, there's hint of movement in the air, not off the surface. So there is movement available. That's one of the reasons why Mentorship and Mirage has continued to look at his seamers. I still believe that they can pick up probably a wicket before the lunch is called. 10 minutes or so. Yeah, we'll probably be thinking how to set him up. Bold couple of deliveries to bring the ball back into the right-hander, and then the last delivery was the one which invited him to go and try to fetch and play a big, expansive drive on the offside. It's good thinking from the youngster, Shariful Islam. Very impressive. Not among the wickets, but he's been very impressive. Just he's gone for 11 runs in his 8th over.
Yeah, and it's actually the great thing about the use of that fielder who stood at leg slip as we speak. But even for the ball that doesn't come back in, it creates an illusion in Kavem Hodge's mind that they will attack him with the one that angles in. And it comes out for Louis. At times today, they've had both backward square and fine leg. Shariful went around the wicket last over. He's sticking with over the wicket for now.
Yeah, the fielder comes out when Louis is on strike because he's been batting for a while.
Will be a test of Mikael Louis' concentration, which has let him down in the past. Obviously, he's still continuing to mature in his test journey. Variety of conditions, swing in England, flatter, more placid pitches in, well, Trinidad and then Guyana. The ball did a bit. And now here, first 2 hours, which will produce swing, partly by that man, Taskin Ahmed. Challenge. Also temptation for Louis outside that off stump. Yeah, that length, back of length at the body. Teams have set him up going full and then there. Very fortunate that it doesn't go to a fielder. 46 for 2. That one again from around the wicket, so just changing up the angle throughout the over. Eleven test innings now for Mikael Louis. 9 times he's faced more than 25 deliveries and only has the 150. So doing the hard yards, as you were saying earlier, Atta, to get in on what has been a challenging surface and challenging conditions, but now has to find the fortitude to be able to get through this period till lunch, 7 minutes, and then look to come after lunch and press on.
And I completely agree with you. That will be going in the back of his mind It's not been an easy surface for the batters. There's ball moving. There's something happening in the air and off the surface. But if you've survived through that period, then you've got to make sure. You've got to make sure that you're there, unbeaten at lunch, and you come back and start all over again. It's not going to be easy even after lunch because there's still a little bit of cloud cover. Nice breeze blowing across. So there will be something for the seamers. And it'll be interesting to see how the spinners bowl on this surface.
Yeah, and of course, a lot on the line. World Test Championship points, but also it's always an important trophy for the West Indies when Bangladesh come to the Caribbean. Yesterday, the two captains met here at the stadium. Lovely crystal trophy, Atta, that both will want to be holding at the end of the series. It has been such a challenging spell of bowling from Hassan Mahmood, and you can see the temptation, Mikael Louis, in wanting to play and be aggressive.
I think he was caught in two minds whether to play at it or leave it, because I thought it was a little bit closer. Let's have another look. It's a very good delivery. Looked like he wanted to play it on the onside. It's lucky, very lucky. Leading edge, it flies over those fielders and falls in no man's land. He picks up a boundary, 50 on the board for West Indies.
I wonder if he just misjudged the length. He looked like he was shaping up to play a pull, and then realized there might have been actually fuller.
Yeah, no, not happy. He's not happy at all, knowing that he's getting closer for the lunch break, but he's lucky. Yeah, because at times when the ball is set up, it's easy for batters to pull it away for a boundary. Probably caught in two minds, expecting that on a shorter side was not there.
Beauties about Test cricket. Usually Louis is very lavish, there's a lot of drives to extra cover, but given the situation of where the game has meandered to, where the West Indies lost 2 in quick time, 2 wickets for 0 runs. Reminder about what's to come. 2 tests, 3 ODIs, 3 T20Is. Yeah, just on Louis, has to sort of show enough restraint to get them through these next 3 minutes. 50 for 2. Yeah, West Indies getting to 50 and likely the last over before lunch. Mahdi Hassan Miraz. Shuffle of the dice goes to Taijul Islam.
Not a bad move, just a single over, just see how the ball will behave. He's been very good, Taijul Islam, in the recent past. Straight away there's a slip in place and the fielder at short legs, so 2 close-in fielders in the catching position.
Very good series for Taijul Islam against South Africa. Obviously, very differing conditions to what we have here, but in his 50th Test match, he has been a stalwart for Bangladesh in Test cricket.
Mehdi Hossain Miraj's 50 Test match. On a surface with assist the spinners, he can turn out to be a devastating bowler. 2014 made his Test debut on as well. St. Vincent, Taijul Islam.
Five for 135 in that game on debut. He's always done well against the West Indies. Any spin, any turn? No. Gun barrel straight. It's been an eventful opening session. And it will be lunch. A session of two halves. First hour, West Indies and the openers were able to mitigate the threat and swing, but good setup by Taskin Ahmed and good support by Shoreful Islam after he changed ends. Has now brought success for Bangladesh. The game nicely poised at 50 for 2.
Ladies and gentlemen,
23 for none after the opening hour at the drinks break. Brathwaite was getting set. Mika Louis was beginning to open up, and then they didn't only get Brathwaite, they also got Casey Carty, Taskin Ahmed striking twice without the West Indies scoring a single run. So we expected it to be hard fought after Bangladesh won the toss and opted to bowl, and that's exactly what we got in that opening session. But Louis will be quite pleased, restraining that urge to want to play those expansive drives. Has gotten the West Indies to lunch and will be hoping to kick on. And Taskin leads them off fittingly. And consoled by Phil Simmons, who will be pleased as well with the way his seamers have gone. Brathwaite went for 4. Taskin Ahmed, 8 deliveries later, got Casey Carty. And Kavem Hodge, since that wicket, has done well to build a partnership worth 25 between Louis and Hodge. Still batting to come for the West Indies, but they need a big partnership between these two. Very good showing from the Bangladesh seamers. Mahmood has had great control in his 8 overs. Shoreful Islam, when he swapped ends, got a lot more swing, and 2 wickets for Taskin Ahmed, just the 1 for left-arm spinner Taijul Islam. The least runs that Bangladesh have ever conceded in an opening session, so it speaks to their discipline. You just get a bit of repairs being done to the pitch. There is a lot of grass there, so don't expect to see too much of that debris. Right, we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll have some analysis of the first session.
Wonderful overhead conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and the West Indies 50 for 2 at lunch on the opening day of this first test between the West Indies and Bangladesh here in Antigua and Barbuda. Mikhail Louis not out on 36 and Kavem Hodge on 10. Bangladesh soldiered manfully with Hassan Mahmood probing, finding movement. Shoriful also found a lot of movement once he switched ends after his initial spell, tasking the man to pick up the 2 wickets to fall so far in a solitary over for Taijul Islam. Great pleasure to welcome you once again to our lunchtime analysis, and given the clouds just moving ahead and blocking the sun, Samuel Badri and Atta Ali Khan are here with me. Samuel, let's start with the session and the toss going the way of Bangladesh this morning, choosing to bowl first. How do we see 50 for 2?
Yeah, I think there wasn't too many surprises. There was the decision to bowl first, given what we saw with the pitch and the overhead conditions. But just 2 wickets in the session, I think that they may feel that they're 1 short or even 2 short, given the way the ball swung and given the sort of lateral movement that they got. So I think that they'll still think that they were 1 or 2 wickets shy of what they could have been, but good sustained fast bowling from them certainly this morning.
Atta, I see you nodding your head in agreement as well. What was it that you felt Bangladesh perhaps could have done differently?
Well, the moment Shoriful Islam change ends, things started to work very differently for Bangladesh. Remember, he started from the other end, the Sir Andy Roberts end, and when he moved to Sir Curtly Ambrose end, Tuskin came from the other end, and things started to happen. Perhaps they could have started in that fashion, but I still feel with 2 wickets in the bag, they'll still be pleased, not happy, pleased to see back of 2 batters. Yes, they'll be asking a little bit more questions because they have done right bowling in the right areas, but you need a little bit of luck. I don't think they have the pace to bowl short in this kind of a surface. Pitch it up, let the ball do the rest. I think that's the key. Bowl in the right area on a consistent basis.
There was absolutely enough there, and just to reflect on that first hour, if you missed any of the action, there was enough in the surface.
Yeah, there was. As you can see on your screens, there are quite a few plays and misses from the West Indian opening batter, and as Atta Ali Khan rightly mentioned, no luck was going the way of Bangladesh in those early exchanges. So a lot of, I would say, good bowling, but unrewarded. And you also have to give credit to the West Indian batters. Though they played and missed, they were unfazed. They focused, they concentrated, and up until the point of the first wicket, they were doing a really good job. But just the change in bowling, I suppose, is where the lapse in concentration and they lost those couple wickets.
Mikhail Louis has soldiered through the session once again, and each time on his debut series he would bat for close to an hour or more than an hour. He's gotten past a couple of hours here again but eventually Craig Brathwaite fell.
Yeah, I mean, Craig Brathwaite took a lot of time. When he took that time, one would have felt that yes, probably he's got his eye in. But then this happened. We spoke about how the ball have started to shape in and also move away. That's a lovely delivery, isn't it? Because probably could have played a little bit straighter with the bat, but he missed the line, and then it was the umpire's call, would have gone on to hit the off stump, top of the off stump. Beautiful delivery, but he'll miss this he'll rue the fact that he missed this opportunity after spending a bit of a time in the middle. As an opener, you would want to carry on if you can survive, but I thought the bowlers were a little bit better in that period for him.
And always important not to look at wickets in isolation, because what has happened before eventually, more often than not, leads up to it. Casey Carty didn't acquit himself as well as he would have liked.
Yeah, just a brief stay. That dismissal was too soft for my liking, and certainly if he reflects upon it as well, he might be in agreement with me. Only his 3rd test match. He's batting in a pivotal position for the West Indies in that number 3 slot. So he'll learn, and hopefully he'll learn quickly about what's needed. He needs to obviously get himself set, understand the conditions, what the bowlers are trying to do, and then look to expand a little bit later on. So a disappointing dismissal from him, given the fact that it wasn't an altogether splendid delivery, but certainly something that he can learn from
as he moves forward.
And I want to also draw attention to exactly what we talked about there with Casey Carty and give bowlers a lot of credit as well, because remember Taskin was swinging the ball away, and then he got that scramble seam actually, which was the wicket-taking delivery to just hold in the pitch. Shariful, on the other hand, was very good in his second spell, and you were saying, Atta, that you were surprised he didn't actually start from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, because from the Andy Roberts end, there wasn't as much swing.
Yeah, because when you bowl in these conditions, as a bowler or as a skipper, you would know exactly who are the bowlers would start on which end. If they can start from the right end, then they'll make early inroad. He was special. Remember, it was the two bowlers, Hassan Mahmood starting with Shariful Islam, but it was Taskin Ahmad who came out and picked up 2 wickets in that particular over. So there is an opportunity for all 3 bowlers to be able to do what Taskin and company is doing. If you pitch in the right areas, you will trouble the batters, and hopefully they can do a little bit better when they come after lunch.
Yeah, one man who's had to help Louis withstand that barrage is Kavem Hodge. Usually you'd get Alec Afanese coming in at 4, but Kavem Hodge came in at 4 today, and before the start of play, Nikhil Uttamchandani caught up with him and he talked about his commitment to batting and how he goes about his business.
Never let success get to your head. On the bicep of Kavem Hodge. Kavem, you can put down your hand now. You've had some success in Test cricket. How do you reflect on your time so far?
Look, I think I've just been grateful. You know, obviously getting to Test cricket has always been a journey. To get there and to help your team get in a good position and be someone that your team can depend on is always a good feeling. But with that being said, I think for me it's just about consistency. So I think that has been the basis of my reflection. Yes, I'm grateful for the success, but I also want to be consistent and someone that the team can depend on.
Looking at the South Africa series a couple of months ago, you got 4 starts in that series. What were your biggest learnings?
Look, for me, I think being my first series at home, you know, I've come to realize that there's a lot of things that as a batsman, first of all, I think you don't have the luxury of waiting too long. For example, you know, in Australia and in England, the pitches are so good, you know, the bounce is even and true. You can afford to play the waiting game, especially against the spinners. But in the Caribbean, I think it's very important that after you get in, you find ways to move the game along, because obviously there's so much variation. There's a bit of bounce, there's a bit of turn. So for me, in reflection, it's just a matter of understanding how I can implement that in my game and how I can use that to move forward and my preparation for future series in the Caribbean.
And Kevin, for someone that's playing just the one format for the West Indies, it's been 2 months since we've seen Test cricket.
Yeah.
Give us some insight into what those 2 months look like for you from a preparation point of view leading up to this series.
Look, I think it is a lot of introspection, a lot of reflection, you know, video analysis, and just finding ways to improve, adding stuff to my game. That's a lot of conversation that Jimmy and I have been having, especially after the South Africa series, and things that I can add to my game, especially in the spin department. And you know, like you said, not being a part of any white ball cricket, I've had a lot of downtime and a lot of net time. I've been able to get in a lot of bulk work in terms of adding this stuff to my game. You know, so I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity once again.
How much shadow batting have you done in your room leading up to this?
A lot. I've brought my bat back to my room every day. Thankfully, there's a lot of mirrors, you know, so I just stayed up and just, you know, do a lot of, you know, reflection, a lot of visualization, and, you know, just try. And we've had a lot of bad weather during the practice session, so it was a perfect opportunity to, you know, strengthen that aspect of my game, and it's something that I depend a lot on, you know, my mental aspect. So, you know, I'm grateful for it. I was trying to be open-minded and just try and learn and take in whatever I can.
All the best today.
Thank you very much.
Kavem Hodge chatting with Nikhil Uttamchandani before the start of play today. Samuel Badri, interesting insights as to how he prepares for his battles.
Yeah, he's such a wonderful young man, Kavem Hodge, and a assiduous and a diligent worker, and someone who is hungry for success. I saw him in the Super 50 recently, didn't get the type of scores that he wanted, but here now in red ball cricket is where he really wants to make his mark. So after lunch, partnership is required, and just see if they can bat out as long as possible and get as close to 300 if they can in the first innings, or if not more.
Thank you very much, Samuel. Thank you very much to Atta Ali Khan. Well, we have a short break coming up. On the way to that, though, we will see a little bit of a man who's making a return to Test match cricket. And after the break, we'll hear a little bit more about his journey with Nikhil Uttamchandani when they caught up just before this Test match.
A dream which was fulfilled in January 2024 when Justin Greaves became the 335th player to play Test cricket for the West Indies. Now, we sit here, 11 months later, and he has an opportunity to add to that. First of all, Justin, it's great to see you here, man. It's great to see you, man. Tell me, when I say those words and I say 335th player to play for the West Indies, what emotion is inside of you?
Very emotional, obviously, because, you know, coming up, I always wanted to play for West Indies. The history of West Indies cricket being the way it is, so for me to be 335, you know, it's a very special moment for both me and my family, pretty much.
What was that actually like? I mean, we haven't spoken to you since you got your Test cap in Australia. It was such an amazing series. You guys obviously won the test match at the Gabba, but to make your debut in Adelaide, what do you remember about that moment?
Exciting. Biggest crowd I've played in front of. The nerves were there the night before. Spent some time talking to my family about it. Obviously trying to calm me down, but You know, once I got onto the field, received my cap from Craig Brathwaite, who I went to school with, played a lot of cricket with as well. You know, it was very special.
And then that test win, I mean, at the Gabba, no one really would have given you guys a chance. You featured heavily, remember, in that game, both bat and ball. How do you describe that series and look back on that series now 11 months ago?
Very challenging. Obviously playing Australia in Australia is always a difficult task. We went there with pretty much a lot of unknowns in the group, and for us to come up with a win in Australia would have been pretty big for us. You know, having guys like Shamar doing as well as he did in Australia, Kavem as well, you know, toughing out some really good situations for us. You know, it's always been fun being around the group because we've played a lot of cricket together, a lot of the guys, and you know, the strengths and weaknesses, we know one another pretty well. So, you know, to gel and to come up with a win against the #1 team, I think at that time was a very big thing for us.
2024 marks 10 years that since you made your first class debut, and obviously you're playing Test cricket now. Why did you have that burning desire 10 years ago and even in 2024 to play red ball cricket for the West Indies?
Just to challenge myself, just to see where I pretty much match up with, you know, the greats in the world. From the time pretty much picked up a bat in primary school cricket and stuff, it was always, you know, be the best that I can be, and you know, at some stage you want to test yourself against some of the best in the world. So that's always been it for me.
And then obviously you made your one-day international debut a couple of years ago, and you've lost your place in the team until the beginning of this year in that Australia series. What were those years like where you fell out of favour and had to try and work yourself to be back at the highest level?
My thing is, not performing, you miss your name, that's life. Obviously going back, working hard has always been my thing. It's never been an issue for me to work hard. Probably putting things in place mentally in terms of, you know, getting the mind right for when you actually get back onto the park has been one of the biggest things that I've been actually focusing on.
And speaking of performing, well, the last month has been all about Justin Greaves' performances because he comes into this series off the back of 3 back-to-back 50 over 100s in our domestic tournament, the Super 50. It's never been done by a West Indian before. Brother, I need to know, first of all, are you a human? Like, how do you spend 100 overs across 300 overs in the span of 7 days and just mentally locked in and do well enough? I mean, what can you say about that?
Not much. For me, it's just, like I said when I was in Trinidad, putting my team first. Whatever the team requires, I'm pretty much willing to do. And obviously when I'm at cricket, switched on, but as soon as I get off the field, just try to relax as much as possible, try not to think about the game as much.
Would you say determination was the biggest driving factor for you behind getting those performances? It's one thing to get 100, but to have the drive to get 3 back-to-back 100s, I mean, what was the factor behind it?
I guess a lot of things could play into that. We have a youngish team in the leewards. There's no Kyron Powell. Casey Carty was away on international duty, and the captain and coach was like, we need our senior batsmen to stand up. And obviously coming off last year and being one of the most senior guys in the group, you know, I pretty much put it upon myself to say, well, a lot of guys are out. Powell is not there, he's playing for CCC. Casey Carty, international duty. So it was pretty much time for me to put my hand up.
And tell us about the celebration. What does that mean?
Celebration is, I play a lot of FIFA with my nephew, and we always do the celebrations once goals score, and you know, that's one of the celebrations he likes.
I like it. Show us. What is it? Show us.
Oh, just.
Yeah, it was very cool. You're such a private person that we often do not see you unless it's on the field. I'm telling you guys, take it from me. What do you like to do off the field to get your mind off the cricket?
I actually like to watch a lot of sports. Anything but cricket. So, NBA, NFL, Formula 1.
Who outside of cricket in sports world has inspired you?
I'm a big fan of Kevin Durant. Massive, massive fan of Kevin Durant. it's just solely because he is so locked in, he's so delved into what he does as a basketballer. Off the court, has a lot of fun, but you know, as once it comes to his job and once it comes to playing basketball, pretty much he's locked in. So,
what role has family played and that support system played into where you are today?
Massive. Mom and dad, my sister as well. I speak to my sister pretty much every single day, and sometimes it might just not even be cricket chat. You know, there's so much things outside of cricket. There's life outside of cricket. So, you know, she can tell when something is up with me, and you know, tries to keep the conversation as simple as possible, and you know, just to be there for me. So, mom, dad, my sister for sure.
Who has been your biggest inspiration in life?
I have to say my dad, easily, hands down.
Why?
My thing is, regardless on the situations, in terms of, you know, providing for us as a family, he has always gone to the moon and back pretty much to make sure that everyone in the household is comfortable, and you know, being around that and seeing that, you know, it has done a lot for me.
Justin, when you look back at your journey, it hasn't been the most conventional. You think about under-19 players, they often, a lot of them go into the international team. You've had to wait, you've had to work for your opportunity. How would you reflect, or like to reflect, on the legacy that Justin Greaves leaves behind?
Everyone's journey is different, everyone's path is different, and regardless on what you do, once you stay true to yourself and true to what you want to achieve in life, you know, pretty much the sky's the limit. And for me, to receive my cap and actually to represent the West Indies, I'm not going to say that's the be-all and end-all. Obviously, you want to do well. You don't want people to say, well, yeah, I want to be the next Justin Greaves and what's not. But you know, the journey, as you said, is pretty much the reward for me. You know, so I've always enjoyed the hard work, the challenges, whatever it may be, the injuries, you know, trying to break into the team when there's Jason Holders and stuff like that around. So, you know, the journey for me has always been pretty special.
And Jace is someone that has played a similar role to you, being an all-rounder, both being able to bat well and bowl well. But you've also spent a lot of time in teams with him. What has the way he's gone in international cricket done for you and your confidence in thinking it can be achieved?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time with Jason, as you said, lots of cricket talk as well. And it has pretty much always been around, just make sure you prepare properly and you trust your processes as well. So going out there, you know, just be free and try to express yourself as much as possible.
I can't end this interview without asking one question. I hear everybody calling you Clatterbuck, and I've never actually found out why they call you this. What is the definition of that nickname?
Actually, Jason Holt and I, we would have played CPL, my first year in CPL 2019 with the Barbados Tridents then. There was a youngster who came from England University, so there was kind of an exchange program, and his name was Daniel Clatterbuck. I'll never forget it. And you know, he was a very, very fun guy to be around. We spent a lot of time with Jason and myself. We had a camp in Barbados, and he was my roommate. And you know, some of the things that were done, you know, not for the camera, but you know, it would have been pretty special. So that's how we pretty much got the name Clatterbuck.
Justin Clatterbuck Greaves worked hard for this opportunity. You deserve to be here, and on behalf of the West Indies, we are excited to see you express yourself.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Go well, mate. Not good, man. welcome back to Antigua, where we've had the opening session of what promises to be an exciting test series. Bangladesh taking on the West Indies. First test here in Antigua. Then we go to Jamaica. Right, chance now to enjoy the highlights of that opening session. Welcome to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in North Sound Antigua. The West Indies are home for Christmas. It's the first test of two. I look at the two teams after Bangladesh won the toss and chose to bowl, sticking with the trend for captains here. First delivery of a two-match test series. Here we go. And this is good. Good to see Louis taking on the short ball because Kagiso Rabada used it against him and set him up with it.
Nice from Mikhail Louis. The second time he's played that shot this morning with telling effect. Pushed it in too much. 22 without loss.
Huge shout, really huge shout. Wicket given. Kumar Dharmasena raises that finger.
Original decision out. Pitching outside off. Impact umpire's call. Wicket fitting. Stay with your original decision. Kumar, stand by. You're on screen. Please signal.
Yeah, confirmation, finally some success for Taskin and for Bangladesh. The West Indian captain has to go for 4, 25 for 1. Caught, just a prod, a gentle prod from Casey Carty and a simple catch, so that's 2 and 2 for Taskin. And Carty goes without scoring.
Well, Taskin running in, hitting the good areas, and wouldn't call it a leading edge, but just probably didn't get over it. You can see the anxiety in his face. And an easy catch in the end for Tijul.
Well, this one goes for 4. Full face of the bat. Pad next to the ball. Perfect from Louis.
Morning, Nikhil, and I just put that away. Yeah, but when you speak about the way the Bangladesh bowlers have bowled so far.
Yeah, went short. They've tried this a number of times today, Bangladesh, but Louis has been very good on the pull, 41 for 2. It has been such a challenging spell of bowling from Hassan Mahmood, and you can see the temptation, Mikhail Louis, in wanting to play and be aggressive. Good setup by Taskin Ahmed, and good support by Shoreful Islam after he changed ends.
Bright sunshine here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And we are very thankful for that. You just witnessed the highlights of the first session. West Indies 50 for 2, having been put into bat by Bangladesh on the opening morning of this first test match of 2. And Bangladesh's 6th test match tour of the Caribbean. We hope that the good weather continues because it's a pitch that has something in it. Mikhail Louis has battled manfully. We welcome you back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua, where the West Indies have moved to 50 for 2 after the opening session of this first test. Bangladesh won the toss, had no hesitation in bowling first, and the ball has done enough. Brathwaite went for 4 of 38 deliveries, and Kati went cheaply. Hassan Mahmood was probing. Shariful also got more swing from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end than he did from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Taskin has been the sole wicket taker so far, bowled impressively. Left arm spin of Taijul Islam for 1 over. Kavem Hodge on the left and Mikhail Louis on the right. Sir Curtly Ambrose alongside me. Your thoughts overall on what we've seen so far and what West Indies will be hoping for this session?
Hello, Bish. Good afternoon, and good afternoon, everyone. It has been a very slow morning session for the West Indies. But we have to give credit to the Bangladeshis bowlers. They made life very difficult for the batters. Managed to pick up 2 wickets in the process. West Indies crawled to 50 for 2 in the first session. They need to pick up the pace a little bit more. Need to show a little more intent to score. But I'm sure that the Bangladeshis bowlers will be very pleased with where they are at the moment. And we'll be looking to cash in as quickly as possible in this middle session.
Mikhail Louis has batted time so often in his test match career. Kavem Hodge in at 4 today. It usually is his Dominican teammate Alec Afanese who usually comes in at that number 4 position. Hassan Mahmood. Couple of runs for Mikhail Louis, and it's impressive in terms of batting time for Mikhail Louis. Since his test match debut in England, he's batted 91 minutes, 79, 63, 60, 93, 140, 119, 133 minutes. Only in the last test match against South Africa did he bat less than 20 minutes an innings. So 8 out of 10 of his test match innings before this, he's batted for anything between an hour and 140 minutes. That's the line, that's the type of delivery which is good from Hassan Mahmood, where any opening batter, much more Mikhail Louis, has to negotiate.
It certainly was a good delivery. Good seam position. And a hint of away movement as well. Certainly encouraging signs for Mahmood and the other bowlers. The Bangladeshi bowlers, Bish, they're not express pace, which means they must have and acquire the skills to seam the ball around, swing it if they can, to create pressure for the batters. And at this point, they're doing just that.
Concur with you, Sir Curtly, because the Kati dismissal to me was instructive in those variations. And I always say you don't just take a wicket in isolation. Look at the seam position in the previous deliveries. Slight movement away, movement away, movement away, and then wicket ball. Look at the scrambleness of the seam. Scrambled seam, which perhaps held or bounced, but certainly came back slightly compared to the previous deliveries. And I thought that was clever. So just those little subtle things is what we're seeing from Taskin Ahmed, from Mahmood, who is more of a seam up with the odd scramble. Shoifel has swung the ball more, and so many bowlers in the world game.
That's what it's all about. Setting up a batter. Because to take a wicket, it usually is a process. And I thought he did that extremely well. Few deliveries going away. Normal upright seam. And then in the end, outfoxed Casey Carty. That was good bowling.
Yeah, he admonishes himself, Mikhail Louis, 52 for 2. Mikhail Louis admonished himself, Sir Kirtley, last ball of that previous over, because he's battling with what he should play at outside the off stump, as I mentioned, and what he should leave. Taijul Islam. Is given.
Good delivery. I thought Kavem Hodge should have been on the front foot. He was full enough. That is why he found himself in a little bit of problem. Just didn't pick up the length quickly enough.
Script. There is spin. Last ball of the previous over, he reached for it and probably felt there that he should have left it alone. And that is his consistent battle. But there is grip for Taijul.
Certainly is getting the ball to spin and bounce as well.
Should clear mid-off comfortably. Once or twice he's gotten himself, certainly once in England, losing his shape on this shot.
A little bit risky, I reckon. Hit the toe end of the bat. Has to be very careful, Mikhail Louis.
What happened there? Well, he got the single primarily because of the previous shot where Taskin dropped back at mid-off to a deep mid-off, so the single was there, but Louis tumbled over.
Just chipped. Probably the studs of his boot caught in the surface.
Forward this time from Hodge, 56 for 2. Yeah, he just got the front of the boot or the studs from the right boot. Went to ground earlier than he anticipated. He was very fortunate, actually, because it was on the wrong side of the bat initially, where the hump was on the ground and the bat didn't touch down behind the crease until he flipped it over.
wonderful timing for a couple.
I'm not so sure if that was the best run in between the wickets. Mikel Yuri, the striker, was ball watching quite a lot and thought for a split second that it could have been an extra run. The jogging there, go back for the second, still looking, then he speeds up a bit, thinking a third one, but by then it was too late. That was not good running.
Mr. Kirtley was mentioning, we talked about the scramble seam a little while ago, and back in our time, and this is where I love the way the game has gone, because for me, and perhaps Sir Kirtley, the orthodox seam position of the seam very upright, for the little outswinger, just a slight canting of it, is what we were thought to be the primary thing. Now the scramble seam where you hold it, or the wobble seam or three-quarter seam, has become a thing with a greater degree of angle on it. As a change-up, this looks like seam up. And please don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that what happens now with the scramble or the wobble or the three-quarter seam is wrong. I'm saying it's a lovely innovation. The game has advanced since we played it, and we're really pleased to see these young bowlers coming in with different skill sets.
Most certainly. You're quite right, Bish. The game has certainly advanced since our playing days. The only thing we used to do back then a little bit, you know, is the cross seam. Trying to hit the ball on the shiny side, get it to skid on a little bit quicker. But apart from that, it's always conventional.
And the main proponent, certainly one of the earliest ones that we heard about this cross seam with, is the man after whom that end is named at, or after where Hassan Mahmood is operating. Sir Andy Roberts was one of the first ones that I heard growing up, talking about slamming the ball into the pitch on that shiny side. It'll skid. If it hit the seam, it'll climb. And he's often talked about as the father of West Indian fast bowling, or that great generation.
Yes, quite right. I mean, such a knowledgeable fast bowler, Sir Andy Roberts. Even when I was in my prime, doing well, always call me, give me some pointers.
"58 for 2. Tajul Islam, 209 wickets from 49 test matches, a home record where he averages 28 and away record 48. But is finding some spin with the short leg now at silly point.
Added pressure for the batter, Kavem Hodge in this instance. I do like the feel that he's got. There's a slip in place. Just a little bit short that time, but I do like the feel. That feel at silly point, right in the eye line of the batters. Gives you something to think about. You're going to play forward, you got to be with really soft hands. Now a bat pad in for Louis. Tickle down the front leg for a couple. And at 61 for Tubish, quite rightly so. Keep the pressure on. The batters aren't taking you apart. Make it as difficult as possible for them.
Whether that's moistening the surface or the patchy grass, there is spin. 61 for 2. Hodge got starts in 3 of the 4 innings he played in the last Test series against South Africa. 29, 25, 29, and 4. Mr. Kirtley, I have to confess to you, and Sir Andy has been also a great mentor to me. When he was finished with Test cricket, I think in 83, a couple of years later, he came to Trinidad and Tobago to run a coaching course. I was still 15, 16 years old. And he was the one that taught me about the outswinger, getting the hand from its release point across the body and past the left thigh. Showed me the real consistent way of bowling the outswinger. Top take from Liton Das. The other thing that he taught us, a whole group of us that he was coaching, still movement in the surface, is he took us running up Maracas Beach, starting on the sand and then progressing into the water, running along the coastline from the ankle high water, then to knee high water, then to waist high water for a lot of our sessions, building up our strength. And as a teenager then, that was instrumental to me.
He certainly was a man, believed a lot in fitness. I remember him taking myself and a few others, Kenny Benjamin and these guys, when he played for Antigua first, take us to Cedar Valley Golf Course, had us running around the golf course. And it's the same beach thing as well, where you run into the water off the sand, ankle height, knee height, waist height, it gets harder and harder. His idea was, if you're not strong as a fast bowler, you're not going to go the distance. So he believes a lot in fitness, and it kept me in good stead throughout my career and many others.
And people say he doesn't talk, Sir Andy. I enjoyed his company always. A little bit of a wobble on that, and it's nipped back, whether by dint of deliberation or not. But there's still something in the pitch.
the forward square.
Just to finish off the conversation with Sir Randy, one of the things he also said to us that when you are a fast bowler, you got to be mean and aggressive. Don't be friendly with the batters. And we've seen him before where a batter has been struck by the ball, he just turned or go back to his mark and waited. So we cannot develop that aggressive style. Not that we intend to hurt batters, but it's part of the game. Show no concern till the end of the day's play.
$63 for 2.
Justin Greaves making his return in the absence of Jason Holder. Played for 2 test matches in Australia in January earlier this year, and Alec Afanese on his left, on my left to his right. Usually would have come in at 4, Alec Afanese, or 3. Not today. Took the short leg out for Mikhail Louis and have him at a short catching position at cover. Still like the idea of a silly point over short leg. Here he is.
Very good, TJ.
Taijul Islam with 3 previous games in the Caribbean, 11 wickets at 38. That 5 for 135, which was his best, was in that game in St. Vincent, where Craig Brathwaite scored a double 100, 63 for 2. Kavem Hodge is an instinctive puller of the ball. They've got a backward square. Who is about 2/3 of the way to the boundary. Generally, once he sees it short, it's instinctive. He got into trouble on a couple of occasions in the ongoing Super 50 tournament in Trinidad. He played it with abandon during his 100 at Nottingham in the UK earlier this year in the English summer. Wonder if we'll see the short ball in this over from Hassan Mahmood, if needed.
You mentioned him getting out a couple of times in the Super 50. That is ongoing. And something that I've always said, that the couple of times he was dismissed, it was very early in his innings. So sometimes as batters, you have to try and ignore the short balls. Once you're in and you're going well, then there's a different story. But once it's very early in your innings, because I keep telling them as fast bowlers, and you just ignore short pitch delivery, you have to revert to something else. Let it go until later on. But like you say, you know, he's just a compulsory hooker.
Nice touch for a couple.
Let's have a look at this return. Almost went over the bowler's head, and there was no one backing up.
Let's be honest, Muminul ain't the tallest either. Very good. Very, very good delivery. Left. Well, I wonder on reflection whether Kavem left this on line or length.
That was a very good delivery. Came back sharply. Didn't match the stumps by much. Probably didn't expect it to come back that much, Kavem Hodge. Certainly was a good delivery.
I find it a nicely aligned bowling action of Hassan Mahmood. He's had back issues, stress fractures. Part of the reason they've kept him away from Test cricket for about 3 or 4 years since his white ball debut. He gets so much going directly towards his target from the run-up through the delivery. Pretty chest-on action, but his alignment is quite good. 66 for 2.
Nah. Ja, quitก่อน Das এটা বাইরে নেব Das না
No deep backward square, no sweeps yet from Kavem Hodge. Silly point back.
No run.
Bit of a challenge for Kavem Hodge at the moment. Quicker delivery. Hurried on to Hodge a little bit quicker than he anticipated.
It's exactly what he said through the Stumps Effect microphone to Mikhailo. He said that was a little bit quicker. Sorry for the Trini parlance.
I do like the way Tajul is bowling. He's varying his pace quite a lot. Some quicker ones, some nice flighted deliveries as well. Keeping the batters guessing. Drifting in with the angle. His left arm bowling from around the wicket. So that natural drift in to the right-hander.
Yeah, I think what Hodge was actually indicating there, it was a lower arm from Taijul Islam. He dropped his arm 2 balls ago, 68 for 2. Fifth delivery of the over. Yeah, absolutely right. There was an animation from Kavem Hodge. And I think it was a slightly bigger gap between the ear and the bowling arm. It was almost like he dropped the arm to slide it in on the wind. Taskin back into the attack.
Right on the money straight away. Look at the seam. Started a little bit outside off stump, hit the surface and came back. He's the only successful bowler at the moment with both wickets to his name. First to go was Craig Brathwaite, the skipper, adjudged LBW, and then Casey Carty just chipped it to short mid-wicket.
Two slips and 2 gullies, as well as a deep forward square.
Good work. Very good work by Taskin. That could have been a couple.
Well, Atta Ali Khan did remind us of what many of us have known, that back in the day, Bangladesh were a nation with a strong footballing culture. And 2 deliveries faced by Mikhail Louis. He was on 46. He got his only half century so far in that test match at Edgbaston during the English summer. This looked like it might just be a little bit of a wobble scene. There's it, nips back.
Certainly was. Well spotted, Bish. certainly been slow going for the West Indies.
It was airily, but it will be a second half century in Test match cricket from an impressive and patient Mikhail Louis. He loves spending time at the crease, and in the face of the ball doing enough, he's dug in quite impressively.
Mikhail Louis.
He's played a couple of these pun shots now. This is first time he's gotten reward for it after lunch. Whether that's indicative of him now being well entrenched, only he will know, but this has been solid.
West Indies building nicely, and can't underestimate the role that Kavem Hodge has played in helping Louis get to a half century. Been constant communication, good relationship, the two of them. Nervy. But when the West Indies lost those couple of wickets at 25, Louis almost had to go into a shell, and because Hodge has been able to support him in a partnership, it's now allowed him to be a bit more expansive. Good day to Courtney Walsh.
Good day, Nicole. Yes, the partnership has been blossoming pretty well. The Bangladeshi bowlers have been pretty tight. And that's a shot to get to 50. Just full face of the bat, back foot punch, good timing. Taijul Islam, since he's come on, has been pretty steady. We haven't seen a lot of turn as yet, but you don't expect it on the first day. But he's still showing some threatening delivery. But that's a proud, happy young man for his second 50. Touches the badge, and he's happy.
Yeah, and only 48 runs in that South Africa series. He got the 1 star of 35, and he kept getting into double figures, kept doing the hard part, and getting past 25 and 30 balls, but not able to get more of those. That was very quick from Taijul Islam, but slowish outfield with the rain around. Good running. So the fact that he's now been able to get through a testy period where he was tempted to fish outside off, but withstood before lunch, and now has gotten to 50. This is only the first step. Legend, because of course he'll need and want to get to a big 100, having put in the work.
Yeah, when you spend so much time at the crease and you get yourself in, you need to now make sure. And that's the 5th partnership between both Hodge and Louis. Good signs for the West Indies, but I'm in total agreement with you. He needs to now go on and try to get that big one. He's been in long enough. You know what the bowlers has to offer so far. You get a start like that, try to capitalize.
Wow.
77 for 2.
Let's go.
Well, the last delivery, Nickel, if you look at this one, with a turn and with a bounce, probably the first time we have seen something like this all day. Today's day one. West Indies not playing the spinners or frontline spinners, Bangladesh has 2. This is something that the West Indies has to be careful about as well.
I had a chat with a few of the curators this morning. They were absolutely certain that it would not turn. They said because of how much grass there is there, they expect it to stay together, and maybe just a bit of turn early on day one because of the moisture that we've had. There's been rain every day for the last week or so, so the covers have been on. There's been the sweating of that, and then of course the preparation moisture that would go in. So I'm really curious to see if this trend continues into day 2, into day 3, which would obviously benefit Bangladesh with 2 spinners, or does it flatten out? He really loves the cut shot. Kavem Hodge hasn't been given much today, but has grasped his opportunity.
Well, he latched onto this as if he was expecting it. Making good contact. Taskin just pulling it down a little bit wide. And Hodge just made him pay.
They do have the extra field on the deep leg side boundary at backward square with a fine leg for that pull shot he plays.
That's a better line. And that's the consistency of the Bangladeshi bowlers I was showing earlier today. By being consistent in that line, good length. And Taskin will want to be in that area a lot more often. He's the only wicket taker for Bangladesh so far. 2 for 27 from 7. He would like to add another to that tally, but I'm sure Hodge and Louis will have different intentions.
Did it straighten enough? Umpire didn't think so, but both Hassan Mahmood and Taskin have used the seam well. Seam up, have gotten the away movement when they've gone scramble seam. They've gotten sharp movement off the pitch.
Good to see him using up the scramble seam. A little difference in the grip. And getting into darting at good pace as well. Taskin does have a little bit of pace. And with his height, it's not going to be the easiest delivery to play.
Yeah. A great day so far for Mikael Louis.
Yes, and putting away all the body deliveries. That's a beautiful shot. To me, that was probably the shot of the morning, but anything loose, he pounced upon it. A little bit fortunate there, but you can't take anything away from him. He's shown great depth, great concentration. When they were bowling extremely well and getting a bit of movements, he didn't lose his cool. And to me, this is a very good 50. He now needs to go on and try to capitalize and make a big one for himself and the team.
81 for 2. First hour was a battle of attrition with the West Indian openers having to negate early movement. Love to see that movement. Fans in the crowd. Then Bangladesh came back well with a couple of wickets, but since then, discipline to get to lunch, and after lunch there's been opportunities taken to score by the 2 batters.
And still a bit more turn again from Taijul. I hope the groundsman has it right, Nikhil, because from what I'm seeing here, and there we go again, he's getting some purchase off the wicket. And if this trend continues, the West Indies would need a big score to keep Bangladesh up because they've got two quality spinners. And if it's going to turn and bounce like that, it's going to favor them as the game goes on.
Easy on them, Courtney. The test match has just begun. Easy on them. We're only 34 overs in. Going by their theory, they know this venue like no one else. They said that moisture, rain, it will spin and turn on day one. After that, don't expect much. Second slip employed.
Well, I'm not debating that with you and them, so I'm just a bit concerned as to the bounce I saw with the turn. You expect a bit of turn if there's a bit of moisture in it, but they are the experts, so we'll have to abide and listen to what they say.
No run.
That's the groundsman there is thinking, well, I've seen a bit of turn. I didn't tell that to Nikhil, so is he going to come back and have a go at me? It's early days yet, but with this partnership now building, the West Indies need to just stay focused on that and bat along. If these two can put their heads down and both get big scores, it would set things up nicely. It's 57 partnerships so far. 82 for 2.
Hassan!
Lost Brathwaite and Carty quickly, the West Indies, but good resilience shown in this partnership. We've seen 4 bowling options today. Mahedi Hassan Miraz has used, and now he goes to himself. So it will be spin from both ends, just a 2-over burst for Taskin Ahmed. A luxury that the West Indies don't have in quality spin, which will allow the other seamers to rotate around the 2 spinners. 50th test for Mahedi. And immediately short leg in with a slip. And there are 2 deep fielders on the deep mid wicket and deep square leg boundary. Cricket lovers and real West Indian fans will remember Louis slog sweeping Shoaib Bashir in England and being dismissed with that shot.
Good start from Mirage as well, a little bit of turn. But as you rightly said, they have set the field for him to try to keep him away from going for the big slog. But they've also got close fielders in for the catches, so it's going to be a good, interesting contest. Mirage as captain in his 50th test. What an honor to captain your country.
A number of ways Miraz is playing on the mind of Louis. You'll say, well, if you want a slog sweep, you've got the deep fielders. So look for another way to score. Also, you have to hit it into quite a strong wind coming from the east.
Yeah, you can see the fielders there. A little bit of change for the new batter in Hodge. They're bringing in a leg slip now, which is kind of expecting if it's different type of player to Louis. Good bowling so far by Mirage, bowling to his field. Have the batsmen guessing, thinking. Some good defensive play by both Hodge and Louis. Not a bad start from Mirage. 83 for 2. The spin twins are in operation, Mahedi and Taijul. Taijul so far 14 runs from his 7 overs from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He's been one of Bangladesh more successful bowlers over the years in Test cricket. His record against the West Indies is not bad either. Pretty good control, a bit of turn, a bit of bounce. Not a big man in stature. But what he does possess is good control.
Yeah, he's had quite the interesting year. Obviously, they depend on him heavily to take wickets. Fast bowlers have taken over for the first half of the year in Pakistan and the Sri Lanka series. Only 4 wickets in his first 3 test matches this year, Taijul, but the last 2 against South Africa, 13 in much more favorable conditions at home. One of the things he did well in that South Africa series was really cause difficulty using the rough to the left-handers from over the wicket. So interested to see how he goes when maybe someone like Alec Athenaeus comes in. Different angle of approach. Very good at using the different angles of the crease. Wider that time. 83 for 2. First series as captain, test captain that is, Mahedi Hassan Miraz led one international against Afghanistan a couple of weeks ago. He has been, if not one of the most pivotal players for Bangladesh in recent times. Player of the series in their historic 2-0 against Pakistan earlier this year. Saved them multiple times with bat in hand from the big collapses. But you would have seen him for a long time. Legend, how do you balance depending on him and sort of the expectation on his shoulders with both bat and ball, but also his body and workload?
Swept away. Good run in between the wicket. It could be a close one. I think the keeper is happy. Litton doesn't normally make a mistake. And the way he nodded, I think it's going to be very, very close.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire review for run out at the batting end. Can you show me the side and angle, please? It's nice and slow. Yeah, roll forward, roll forward. Roll forward, one more frame, one more. Yeah, I can see the bails are off, the bat is short of the ground. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
Another start for Hodge and another wicket for the West Indies and their top order. From a position of control and authority, the partnership is broken. And Hodge will be disappointed. Being at the crease for 63 deliveries, unable to really go big. Hodge going for 25, 84 for 3.
84 for 3.
হজের ভিতরে একটু বেশি ডিফেন্স করতে পারে মিরাজ মিরাজ
In at number 5 for the West Indies, number 28, Outfield.
দুইটা থাক
25-year-old Alec Athenes from Dominica, so one Dominican replacing the other. Got a 50, his best test score of 92 in that last series against South Africa, but we'll be hoping to enhance that average, which is below 25 after 10 tests.
থাক 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 ওখানে তো একটা আটকাতে পারবি
Well, a wicket the West Indies could have done without. Brought Athenes to the wicket, and immediately you see a little bit of turn from Miraz. Maybe. He'll be happy to be bowling to the left-hander. Good areas again from Mehdi. Good pace as well. But this is the wicket that the Bangladesh will be happy about by the run-out route. Hodge will not be happy with himself. Good bit of wicket keeping by Liton Das.
84 for 3.
টিজে জাকির একটু বল বাউন্স করতে একটু দিয়ে থাক
Great pressure building by two of Bangladesh's leading wicket takers in Test match history, and it could have caused and played a factor in this. Now 29 balls without a boundary. Hodge would have been looking to score. Was that toe first? But keeping things tight and the denial of boundaries would bring and force Hodge to be a bit more intense. And it was his call, running to the danger end. He's who called Mika Louis. And he was livid. Punched his bat a couple of times walking off.
Well, from what we have seen, he can only blame himself for that. He came back for the second run and found himself short.
Something about the number 25. Third time now he's been dismissed on 25, Hodge, in the last 5 innings. Really curious to see how Athenes plays this though. Saw him sweep his way to 92 at Port of Spain, first test against South Africa. Mainly against Keshav Maharaj, playing both the reverse and conventional. Other times has gotten into trouble against the spin Dane Pete in that same series. Even Maharaj himself caught at slip. So immediately Bangladesh on the attack. They've got leg slip orthodox slip and short leg, and also have a deep square leg for that sweep. Right of screen.
বেশি তাড়াহুড়া হইতেছে মনে হইতেছে সবাই রিল্যাক্সে থাক ঠিক আছে তবে টিজে পাওয়া ডাইনা আসতে তো সময় লাগে ফার্স্টে সমস্যা নাই
And straight away, Tygel is on the money with a little smile.
I like this angle from Taiju. Did it to Jaiswal earlier this year. The Zorzi caused real problems from over the wicket. Brings both edges, the inside edge and outside edge, into play. All of a sudden, this game has heated up after 39 overs, 85 for 3. Yeah, Athenaeus will try to use his crease. I'm sure it's not long before we'll see the sweeps as well. But game nicely poised at the Blue Waters drink spray.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the drinks break, the West Indies are 85-3 from 39 overs with Mikhail Louis unbeaten on 53. Not out. And Alec Athenaeus joining him at the crease. After 39 overs, the West Indies 85-3.
Louis standing firm for the West Indies, wickets falling around him. Hodge the last to go, run out for 25. Craig Brathwaite dismissed in that first session, LBW on review. And then Casey Carty without scoring, chipping one to short mid-on. And then just a few moments ago, Kavem Hodge coming back for an ill-advised second. Dismissed via the run-out route. Never a good feeling to be dismissed in that manner. Taskin with his 2 strikes prior to lunch stands out. No one else with success just yet. But of course, we're here in beautiful Antigua and Barbuda, where the beach is just the beginning. 365 of them. And wonderful activities, friendly people, nature. If you're into that ecotourism, this is the place to be. Just look at those waters, aquamarine, a really idyllic part of the world. So much to do for everyone and anyone. If ever you have an opportunity, please make your way over to this wonderful part of the world. Ball before that drinks break. Yeah, just onto the thigh pad. All's well that ends well if you're a West Indian, and for these two will be looking to consolidate, to build. Has been a testing period prior to lunch with the fast bowlers, the swing, the lateral movement, and now post-lunch it will be a different challenge altogether with these two spinners in operation, and two different spinners, one orthodox right hand, one orthodox left hand. And so they'll be challenging both the left-handed and right-handed batters, Athanaze and Mikael Louis. Around the wicket, Mehdi Hassan Miraz for Athanaze. Two slips and weight. Good afternoon, Ata Ali Khan. How are you? How are things shaping up in this match?
Good afternoon, Badri. Good afternoon, all. Yeah, Bangladesh will be happy to see the back of Hodge. They were very decent, more than decent in the first session when they managed to pick up a couple of wickets for 50 runs. And even in the second session, the bowling has been good. What has been impressive, which has caught my eye, is the way the spinners have bowled on this surface. We did see a lot of purchase for the seamers, but in the second session, you've seen the spinners bowling in tandem, getting a bit of a purchase also. It's a good contest.
It is, isn't it? It's been gripping since the start of play this morning. It's been a test for the batters, discipline from the bowlers, and then when the spinners have come into the attack, it's been more of the same. The control from these two in operation, commendable. Backed up by some good fielding as well. Just a single from that over, 86 for 3. Unenviable job, that manual scoreboard. With the heat blaring down at them, makes it that much more difficult. Quite a lot of overs remaining. Taijul Islam continues, made his debut some 10 years ago here in the West Indies in that test match in St. Vincent. Picked up a 5-for on debut. It's always difficult for the spinners to maintain their spot in this Bangladesh team, isn't it, Arthur, with the competition and the number of quality spinners in the ranks?
Yeah, everybody knows that what Shakib Al Hasan has done, not only as a spinner, but as an all-rounder in all formats of the game. And when you have someone like Shakib Al Hasan in the team, he really doesn't get that many opportunities because he's a similar kind of a bowler. But would you believe it? He's the quickest to 200 wickets in Test cricket for Bangladesh, Taijul Islam, even quicker than Shakib Al Hasan. So whenever he's got that opportunity, he's put his hand up and said, okay, I'm going to do my job. He's been a wonderful, wonderful bowler and a great ambassador for Bangladesh for a long time.
I really like how your decibel level went up there at 86 for 3. most wickets in Test match cricket for Bangladesh. Shakib Al Hasan sits atop 246. And then in second position, as you so rightly pointed out, Taijul Islam 209 and counting. Mahdi Hassan Miraz 185. So 2 and 3 in operation here. And this is the test, isn't it, Arthur? The patience. You can see just from that advancement down the pitch, a few dot deliveries, and he wants to score. It's his natural tendency. Alec Athanase, he's that type of player who likes to get the match ticking over. But the greatest test of batsmanship is understanding the ebbs and flows of the contest. And this is one such period where you just have to absorb some pressure. The bowlers have been very disciplined and consistent.
Another quick single taken. Didn't pick it up cleanly. Taskin Ahmed. As a batter, when you come across quality spinners, you will also need to have a closer look what the ball is doing. It's lucky it could have gone through. Right foot right behind that ball. And there is a bit of a purchase for the spinner, so you need to be watchful. But at this stage of the game, if Bangladesh can pick up another wicket, then it'll be pressure onto the home team. And that's exactly what Madison Miraj will be looking at. Again, hint of turn there.
Another tidy over, just the 1 run scored, 87 for 3. Yeah, a couple of wickets in the first session, both fall into Taskin. And then the run out, the very unfortunate run out of Kavem Hodge. No doubt he'll be in that dressing room reflecting on that. Three wickets fallen, 2 in session 1, 1 so far in this session. Silly mid-on, leg slip and regulation slip for Taijul. Reverse, gets the direction that he was aiming for. It's a shot that he plays with some level of success and regularity. Alec Athanase is one of the few players in the region who sweeps the ball well, this time opting for the reverse.
Yeah, this is turning out to be a good option, but you've got to be spot on when you try to attempt to play that reverse. If you don't, then you're in danger of getting a leading edge or top edge. Again, this time conventional. Just going back to Taijul Islam and Shakib Al Hasan. Shakib Al Hasan became the first bowler from Bangladesh to go and pick up 200 wickets in Test cricket. He achieved that feat in 56 Test matches. Taijul Islam, 48. To achieve that feat of picking up 200 wickets in Test cricket.
That is some accomplishment. A very soft-spoken young man, quite reserved. You don't hear him too often. Taijul Islam. He also has a hat-trick on ODI debut. Don't forget that. So he's been a consistent and wonderful performer for Bangladesh over the years. As you quite rightly mentioned, when Shakib is in, it's always difficult to get another left-hand orthodox in the playing 11. But what they've done well, these spinners, is that even if they're not getting any wickets, they aren't giving any runs away into his 11th over and only conceding 18. The run rate for the West Indies over the course of the match so far is just over 2. Speaks of the concentration of Mikael Louis as well, having faced 133 deliveries for his 55, 91 for 3. Trial by spin continues. The captain in his 50th test match, operating from the Sir Andy Roberts end. So if the right-hander is hitting leg side, he's hitting into the wind. There is some level of protection there. Backward square who is 3/4 of the way out on a deep mid-wicket. But there is that turn and bounce importantly at her.
That's the reason why spinners are on from both ends. Again, turn. And don't forget what Mentorship and Mirage has done in that period when we speak about Shakib Al Hasan and Taijul Islam. He's been wonderful, wonderful. He was the player of the series. Mentorship and Mirage against Pakistan, that historic series. So what he has started doing in recent past is that he's also started to make runs at important position. Really good innings in that second test match. Oh, down the wicket he goes. Has he connected well? Yes, he has. It won't go all the way. Didn't come from the middle part of the bat. He's lucky.
Just the 1 run for that as well. This is what I was just referring to, maintaining your patience for long enough. He's trying to break the shackles. 17 deliveries he faced, or has faced now 16 before that for just the 4 runs. So I suppose that's the discussion there in terms of maintaining that concentration level for a long time. Mikael Louis, for instance, it's the most balls that he's faced in his young test match career so far in this innings. Andre Kohli to the right of screen, the head coach of the West Indies team, would be reinforcing that very fact to his batters. Bat for long periods of time. Helmet is on, so there'll be another close-in fielder. Another one leg side, I'm suggesting, because of the way the ball is bouncing and turning. So they have that silly mid-on. Now there's that leg gully as well as a deep backward square. As long as the silly mid-on is in front of square, they're okay, and he is. Looking to target that straight line.
And this is exactly what Mikael Louis would want to see Athanaze to do from the other end, instead of trying to go and trying to be a little bit more aggressive. It's all about spending time in the middle. The more time you spend in the middle, you will get opportunities to score.
Top class bowling, really is top class bowling from Mehidy Hasan, former under-19 captain for Bangladesh 2014 and 2016. So he has experience in that leadership position. And there it is again. This one is high in the air. Will it be taken? Always leaving the fielder. Yes, with the wind. And Taskin misjudged it. In my mind, should have done better with that, just indicating there that the wind was always taking it away from him. 96 for 3 at the end of the over, but yeah, this is not what you want to see from Alec Athanaze. He's tried on a couple occasions before to break the shackle. What was going for Alec Athanaze was the side of the field in which that ball was going. 96 for 3. A reprieve in a sense for Alec Athanaze in that previous over. Didn't get to hand, but Taskin Ahmed now has an opportunity with ball in hand to make an impact. Already taken 2 wickets in this contest. He's operating now from the opposite end, the circuit, the Ambrose end. Historically, day 1 has been a day that is quite challenging for the batters, but once you hit day 2 and then day 3, it becomes so much easier. Hence, captains winning the toss, opting to bowl first. And try to bat when the conditions are a little bit better. So much strategies involved, thinking. That game of chess between players and all the strategies involved in Test match cricket. After Ali Khan, that changed to bring Taskin back into the attack from this end, but we've seen a couple close calls from Alec Athanaze.
I thought he was lucky, very lucky. That was the first one. He's certainly living dangerously. Cleared that infield, and then this was even closer. Maybe just a bit of a slow start from Taskin, not that far away. Well, that's not the right way to go about, especially when there is a bit of a purchase for the spinners. I was against the spin.
Beauty. There is still something in the surface. And that one angles in and then straight, and so just wonder if it was outside off stump enough that he could have left it. Yes, I think so. But because of the angle, he just felt as though he needed to play. It's an area that he's gotten into trouble in the past, Mikael Louis. Not necessarily knowing where that off stump is and playing at deliveries that he shouldn't. Good one though from Taskin. And again.
Very impressive from Taskin Ahmed. Has gone past twice in this over. First one was a little bit wide out. This was a little bit closer. And that's what he needs to do. Needs to know exactly where your off stump is. He's been there for 140 deliveries, and he should know exactly where his off stump is. Really good from Taskin Ahmed now, asking questions.
Much better. This time he leaves it alone. That is one of the most important skills of an opening batsman in Test match cricket, isn't it, Atta? To understand where that off stump is and to make those decisions, those split-second decisions as to whether or not to leave or to play.
Yeah, easier said than done. You need to really have a very close look at the release points, and obviously you might be moving. There might be a little bit of trigger movement. $96 for 3.
Michael Louis on his joint highest scoring test match cricket. He did look a little bit tentative earlier on, though. Those deliveries that offer good length. Just look at that front foot. Indeterminate, neither back nor forward. I just wonder if that is as a result of the lateral movement and trying to play late. But you need to, I suppose, when the ball is doing as much as it has done so far in this test match, be very committed to your stroke, whether it is on the front foot or the back foot. Any adjustments in the field after those couple strokes from Athens? Mid-off a little bit deeper, mid-on, in a similar position as before. So if he wants to go leg side, Mehdi's asking him to do that. Yeah, that's very good from Athens. Makes the connection that he was after this time and gets the reward.
Yeah, it's all about picking the lengths quickly. And he picked that one beautifully. It's in the zone. Easy, too easy to sweep it away for a boundary. Nearly went all the way. Lovely piece of timing.
100 up for the West Indies. They typically talk about 350 as a minimum they look for in the first innings of Test match cricket. It's a long way away. Deep backward square in position now. And with that fielder going back there, it sorts of removes that shot from his mind. And there's another change now. One of the fielders in slip goes to short fine leg. So they've blocked off two of his scoring areas. Good again from Mehdi Hassan. Yep, and you're forcing him to do something different now when you've taken away that sweep and paddle sweep.
Yeah, one thing which I've noted that even though the ball is not there, he's trying different things, and Bangladesh will not mind that at all. He's taking few chances here.
Just a boundary from the over. 100 for 3. Justin Greaves slated to come in next. 3 centuries in 3 innings in the domestic 50-over competition. just about 2 weeks ago for him. So in wonderful form. Joshua Da Silva, wicketkeeper, batsman, and then the bowlers to come. Admirable from Mikael Louis, his concentration level. He's played at quite a few and missed, but it hasn't affected the way that he played the next delivery. Another important tenet of an opening batter: forget the previous delivery and focus on the next. Wonderful first-class season, his debut first-class season for the Leeward Islands, and making his debut across in England. A real talented young man. He's a front foot player generally. He likes to plant that left foot down the track and drive the ball. I mentioned earlier about not necessarily having the judgment of where his off stump is, but the more he plays, the more experience he gets, the more opportunity he gets. And sometimes you learn a lot more from your failures than you do from your successes. So you learn. And there's something about this West Indies batting lineup that I really like in terms of their ages. Look at someone like Casey Carty, only his third test match. Alec Athanaze, Mikael Louis. And it's a youthful bunch, but highly talented. And what they need, Justin Greaves, just a couple test matches under his belt. What they need is time. They need the exposure, and they need to be given a long enough run for that talent to bear fruit. But with fewer and fewer test matches, it's challenging. Just these 2 test matches here, and then they have another couple next year against Pakistan early in the new year. So I understand the challenge.
I think what the dressing room of West Indies will be hoping for, that the man on screen continues to bat and stay unbeaten at T also. You spoke about 300 or 350. I think he holds the key. If he hangs on and he stays and plays on, very much a possibility, because it's not easy. We've already seen the bowlers have a bit of a say on the surface even after so many overs. 47th over now. He bowled a maiden when he came on to bowl the previous over, Taskin Ahmed. Too wide. So important for Madison Mirage and his team to find a way to pick up wickets, because I still feel there is something for the bowlers, no matter if you're a seamer or a spinner.
Huge out from Taskin. No interest from the umpire. 100 for 3, maiden over.
Last ball of the previous over. Nipping back off the pitch with too much to miss the stumps. It's taking some work, as it should in Test cricket, Courtney Walsh.
That's why it's called Test cricket. Got to be prepared to work hard, be consistent, be tight. It's been a very interesting and intriguing battle. Here he goes again, trying to release the shackles at an ace. And Bangladesh won't mind him doing that. Turn, bounce. And Mehedi is asking what next.
$100 for 3. Afena is trying to find a way to entrench himself at the crease with the ball spinning. We'll find out. I wonder if the umpires might want to check it again. It looked like a good stop. It's a shot that has been prosperous for Mikhail Louis today.
Yes, he has played it with authority and with good control. And young Minimal covering lots of grounds, saving a single for his team. Shows commitment, Bangladesh. Can't fault them for what they've gone about. The run rate is just 2.14. Session 2, some really good test match bowling. The few hard deliveries that Louis got, he has put them away. But I think all in all, Bangladesh will be happy that they have maintained the pressure.
Inside edge, but a little bit of swing against the wind direction, which is coming from left to right as Taskin runs in.
Is the inside edge. But what I like about that delivery, Bish, was his wrist position. But that's a good tester for the Hawkeye and the sneaker. I think both at the same time. Good camera work that.
Only our ball tracking could discern that. He's sort of, could argue, he's fighting himself to find scoring opportunities, to find a way to stay at the crease. At the other end, Mikhail Louis has achieved his highest test match score on 60. one thing I would say is that Alec Athanaze, he works hard, and from the moment we saw him at the Under-19 World Cup in 2018, where he was the leading run scorer, through to his journey in senior cricket, he idolizes Brian Lara, someone that you and I both played with for a long time. From school, for me, coming through the domestic system, the one thing about Lara is that once he got in, he made you pay by converting starts into hundreds, and not just hundreds, big hundreds. Of course, 501 and 100 in first class and test match cricket. 400, come back to that. Just on that point, Courtney, I think that's what a lot of these young West Indian batters have to learn to do. Convert their starts. Kavem Hodge with a couple of 29s and a couple of 25s in his last 5 test match innings. Deep mid-wicket and deep backward square.
You're spot on with that, Bish. I remember Mars George Edley said that to me once. Once he gets to 10, 15 or 20, he thinks he's in. He's not going to give his wicket away. And that was, to me, how Brian used to approach his innings. Once he gets in and gets an idea of what's happening, he's not going to take any chances. That one is arced away, safe. But just to strengthen the point is that you've got to decide where you're going to look to score, and that's what Brian was very good at. He would decide, well, I'm going to try and play this bowler that way. I'm going to look to score my runs here. I'm going to be patient here. Once he gets to 20, 30, he knows he's in, and then he starts to dictate. And I think that's what the youngsters need to get that experience and understand that it's test cricket. I've got time. I've got time. Today's only day one.
Number of things we can extrapolate from your experience, our experience in the game, and how we saw Brian's approach to the game. Great batter. Brian trusted his defense back to one of the greatest players of spin bowling, I would think, that we saw in our time. Isn't so much a reverse sweeper, but a fine sweeper, slog sweeper, driver. .104 for 3.
One of the first things you have to do as a batter is trust your defense, and that's what Brian used to do very, very well. As you said, two of the greatest players I think I saw of Spain was Brian and Carl Hooper, so to speak, in terms of use of the feet and stuff like that. But the difference is that when Brian gets in, he is looking to score big. 277 comes to mind at Sydney, 375 at the ARG, 400 at the ARG, 501 in Birmingham. And that's the appetite he has, a big score.
take it a little bit further and advance it. Someone like, let's say, an Alec Afanese has played 44 first-class matches, 200s. Brian Lara had over 60 first-class hundreds, 65 first-class hundreds in 261 games, 34 test match hundreds in 131 test matches. Mikhail Louis only just begun to make his way with 3 first-class hundreds from just 12 games. Kavem Hodge has 6 first-class hundreds from 68 first-class games. But this has been something, I think, Courtney, that we've been looking at for the previous generation, some of them in West Indies cricket, of getting those hundreds so that you know at domestic level what the attitude and the requirements are to get it, so that when you get up to test match level or international level, you have a method.
And to even strengthen that, I think when you go up to the international level, when you come back down to our first class level, you're supposed to be dominating. And that's what these guys, Brian and them, used to do. I mean, Brian made 135 against us at Trinidad, playing against Jamaica. Breathtaking innings.
Remember that. The majority of those runs I think he made with Rajendra Danraj, who is number 11, and he just took control. First class average of Craig Brathwaite, who's got multiple test hundreds. Mikhail Louis just making his way. Casey Carty, another one who needs also having been around now, just pointing the way for them. That's all I'm doing. Kavem Hodge, Alec Afanese, Justin Greaves. Look at the averages. Joshua Da Silva, not a bad first class average. Telling you, if this is challenging with the spin, the West Indies batters better enjoy this surface, because next year they go to Pakistan, and we saw what Pakistan prepared against England for the last 2 test matches. It spun square, and it is no doubt going to again when West Indies tour there in January.
That's guaranteed, Bish. It's going to be not pacer friendly. We've been to Pakistan when they had Wasim and Waqar, and it still wasn't pacer friendly for us. And they were reverse swinging pretty well, so you can just imagine what's going to happen when the West Indies team go down there. I mean, it's heartening for me to see Bangladesh playing 3 seamers here. When I was down there working, it was 1 seamer and 4 spinners. I did a lot of time in the nets with the seamers or the backup seamers on the test match days. And to see them playing 3 seamers now has given me much joy and pleasure.
Great credit to Mikhail Louis for the way he's dug in here today. 108 for 3.
This was well played by Louis. He just stand, hit through the line. He's there long enough. Judge his own defense, judge his timing, watch it all the way. Excellent cricket shot.
Good stop, good piece of fielding.
They've been pretty good in the field. They show lots of commitment. Maybe a half a chance at asking, but just look at that. That is full commitment. Full dive, got a good bounce as well, yeah, but the commitment shown in the field by Bangladesh has been very good. Anything could have happened there. Mahedi, captain in his 50th test. Must be very proud. His family must be very happy. Nothing in the wicket column, but he's one who's never going to give up. He's going to keep trying.
Not to be one-sided, Bangladesh themselves are on the hunt for new generation test batters, because for far too long it's been the familiar faces of Shakib, Mushfiqur, previously Tamim Iqbal, and they too want to find who is the next generation of test match batters, successful test match batters. I wonder when we'll see Shoriful back from the Sir Kirtley Ambrose end.
I think the captain who is missing for this test match, Shanto, is someone who they have high hopes on in terms of, you know, converting and getting big scores. Definitely will be missed in this test series.
110 for 3.
নামায় রাখেন, ও একটু চালাইতেও পারে এখন। সৌরভ ভাইকে একটা বাইরে রাখো। হাসান বাইরে যা। একটা থাকবে? না, দুটো থাক। এটা দুটো থাক।
Guy Louis has left almost 23% of deliveries since Afanes joined him at the crease. Afanes previously has only left about 2.5% of his deliveries. Taijul.
এক দিশ এক।
Interesting contrast in those leave, Vish. As you say, Athanaze seems to want to try to find a way to dominate, while Louis is prepared to be patient and wait and put away the bad ones. But the key thing is, if once Athanaze gets settled in, he's got to decide, trust his defense, and then wait on those bad balls and put them away.
Short fine leg and a deep backward square with a deep mid wicket if he wants to play that sweep. There was a noise whether it was bat hitting ground, but that short fine leg in addition to a backward point. There is the short fine leg.
Single taken, but still showing commitment in the field. And this is a previous delivery. There's 2 sounds, but maybe bat hitting ground as they did not go up for it. He was pretty happy, but they didn't go for the review, which tells me that they weren't confident enough.
Contrasting methods with Mikhail Louis, who went through that testing period this morning. Looks secure as we head to tea, though, which is another fascinating little period to battle against Afanase, who's intent on stroke play. Backward point again, or short third. 1-1-3 for 3. At the beginning of the previous over, that reverse sweep bat hitting ground certainly caused a scribble. Whether you feel the ball has already passed the mat, it was a difficult one. But bat certainly hit ground. No umpire can see that. Not the standing ones anyway. Good running. Good energy in the running from Mikhail Louis. Intent on playing his sweep with a short fine leg and a deep backward square as well.
And placement was good as well. And from the left the bat, he was committed that this was going to be 2. Nice, good, smart running. And that's the intent you want to see. He's in control. He's been there long enough. Roll his wrist over it nicely, keeping it down, and then pushing for 2.
Mehdi Hassan won't mind him playing with sweep. Short leg still in for the defensive inside edge. Like that. Couple of deliveries. 3 to be exact for what might be the tea interval.
That's one way to make sure that you don't face the last 2 deliveries. Single. Watch it from the other end. I've seen quite a number. Greaves does that. Sir Gordon Greenidge, Sir Viv Richards, the great Jeff Boycott. They always like to watch it from the other end, close to an interval.
Unless Alex gets a single now. It's been an outstanding effort by Mikhail Louis. His highest test score of 71, 1 delivery to the tea interval. Safely negotiated. Kumar Dhanasena, World Cup winner in his own right back in 1996, says time for tea. 66 added in that session for the loss of Kavem Hodge, who was run out. But Mikhail Louis will take the plaudits for an innings of some security. We've seen his stroke play with the drive and the pull as well. So confirming what we saw firstly in four-day cricket last year and then in Test match cricket this year, that he enjoys spending time out there in the middle with Alec Athanaze, who will continue looking to be more secure.
Certainly, I went to watch him at Lord's earlier this year, and I was impressed with his attitude and the way he went about trying to build an innings. Louis said, now seeing him here, being the brunt, you know, he lost a couple of partners early, but that didn't fluster him. That's 71 in 166 balls. You got to grasp this out in Test cricket from time to time, and he's doing just that. He went through a very tricky period when the ball was in a little bit too pace, seaming about. He got through that period, and he's now in good control. One would want him to continue and get a very big score for himself and the team.
Even in the modern game, there is no shame in grafting 2 wickets to Taskin in the morning session. Nothing in the middle session for him, and of course the run out of Kavem Hodge. An attritional day, and bright sunshine continues to prevail. We'll take a short break. Don't go too far away because we've got some analysis coming up on the other side.
Tea time here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. A look back at what has gone on in the first 54 overs of the day. Louis and Athenaeus building a partnership after Kavem Hodge was run out by Taijul Islam. The West Indies lost both Brathwaite and Carty for 0 runs early this morning. Mahedi and Taijul bowling 21 of 31 overs in that second session. So even on a surface where we thought we wouldn't see much spin early, it has been quite pronounced and there has been prodigious grip for Taijul Islam especially. Right, we've got Atta Ali Khan alongside it, as well as Sir Curtly Ambrose. Gentlemen, very interesting way that second session has unfolded. We thought the West Indies did well enough in terms of with bat in hand, but 1 wicket. And I wonder, Sir Curtly, how they'll reflect on the run out of Kavem Hodge. Was it a lapse in judgment?
It probably was. He's very quick between the wickets, Kavem Hodge, and maybe he didn't expect the fielder to get to the ball that quickly. It was a terrific throw and a perfect collect from the wicketkeeper to run him out. He took out the dive, but was found short of his ground.
Atta, how much was this dismissal also as a result of the pressure built by Bangladesh? 28 balls without a boundary.
I just thought that he was taking a chance there because I thought there was never 2 runs there, to be very honest. He had to come all around. Remember, Taijul Islam is a left-hander, so he had to come around, pick it up. With a great piece of fielding, lovely throw on stumps, and then the keeper does the rest. Disappointing to see because I don't think at that stage of the game West Indies needed that, but Bangladesh certainly needed that, and thanks to that wonderful piece of fielding, they got another wicket.
Yeah, and West Indian fans will be disappointed with that, but very pleased as to the way Mikael Louis has gone about getting his second Test 50. For a number of months, he's been getting starts at the Test level, but hasn't really been able to push on. Sir Curtly, what impressed you about his approach?
He played the situation very well. It was very tricky at the start of play, balls seaming around and stuff like that. And he showed patience. When there's an opportunity to score, he did. So it's a good opportunity for him now to get that coveted 100 that everyone wants in Test match cricket. He's well on his way, just got to remain focused, and he probably can get 100.
Yeah, we saw a great piece of bowling there by Bangladesh at Mikael Louis, but when he's withstood that process and that sort of good area outside that off stump, he's actually been able to capitalize on the loose deliveries he's been given.
Absolutely spot on, and you must not also forget the fact that when Bangladesh started to bowl in good areas, he was patient, as Sir Curtly Ambrose rightly pointed out. It's a typical innings, it's a typical Test innings, a good grafting innings. You don't have to feel sorry for him at all, because I thought that was the pitch which needed somebody to go and graft around. Yes, picking up deliveries to pick up those runs. He put a lot of short pitch deliveries to the boundaries, but he was patient enough. Remember, he also got beaten outside the off stump number of occasions, but he still kept his composure and is still unbeaten at tea.
Yeah, and Kagiso Rabada, for example, in the last series back in August, used the short ball quite often against him. One sort of highlight in his innings today has been the way he's pulled the ball so curtly.
Well, I mean, these Bangladeshi bowlers, they are no Rabada. They haven't got the kind of pace. So Mikael Louis, he's a good puller, and he was very comfortable going after those short pitch deliveries because the lack of pace wasn't going to bother him anyway. So he's looking good.
And he's been confident attacking. His partner, Alec Athenaeus, still at the crease, hasn't looked as confident. It's been quite an interesting approach. Few chances created from Mahedi, especially the off-spinner. You would expect him to maybe take on Taijul a bit more. What do you make of his approach to batting in the first, I think, 47 deliveries he's faced?
He looked scratchy, to be very honest. He looked to score runs. Remember, the first ball they tried to face, he went down the wicket and he missed, and he didn't time the ball completely. Even on that occasion, lucky not once but twice. There you go. That was even very close. I think it's important for him to realize the fact that it's only not the seamers, but the spinners have their say, because there is turn, there is grip, and there is bounce. So you need to play a similar kind of role that the batter from the opposite end has played. Be a little bit more patient. Runs will come.
Right. Wickets in hand for the West Indies, but the scoring rate has not gone too far. So game nicely poised, an enticing third session to come. Make sure you stay with us.
Lovely overhead conditions as we get into the final session of the first day of this first test between West Indies and Bangladesh here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua. We have enjoyed and always will continue to do so our journey here in Antigua and Barbuda. Art Week, Sailing Week, Cricket Week, all wrapped into one. The culture is very strong across the Caribbean regions, different cultural vibes as you get from territory to territory. $116 for 3. The West Indies with Louis on 71 and Afanase on 13. Taskin Ahmed has picked up 2 of the 3 wickets to fall, the other being the run out. And that was so unfortunate. A session that produced 66 runs. Mikhail Louis gets to his second test match international 50. He played securely and to his own drumbeat. Kavem Hodge occasionally branched out into the attacking strokes before he had a lapse of judgment in thinking he could get back for 2. The throw, though, far too accurate and far too good, found Hodge stranded. Malik Afanase looked frenetic at the crease. Had a couple of close shaves, one opportunity that Taskin couldn't get to. Finally, he nailed one of those sweep shots. On he went. Mikhail Louis, though, was the opposite. Very secure as he achieved what is his highest test score so far.
For the tea interval.
Glorious weather conditions. The rain here in the past few days has been torrential in nature at times, and the island nation. Not today, though. We've talked ad nauseum about the progress of Bangladesh's fast bowling group. Nahid Rana, who is by far the quickest of all of them, was going through his paces during the tea interval. Tall, slim, and very quick. Not playing in this test match, though. But he will be something to see and a sight to behold if he does play in the second test match at Sabina Park in Jamaica. You get these 2 test matches, and as we head closer to Christmas, you get the white ball series as well, the ODIs, which are so very important to getting points and improving the ranking for the next 50 over World Cup. And then we end with 3 T20s. Jamaica St. Kitts St. Vincent will close off the tour. So you can get your tickets and have a nice little Christmas treat of entertainment. But for now, it's red ball, largely white clothing. Samuel Badri alongside me, 116 for 3. If you look at both perspectives, where will either team want to finish up at the end of this session?
Hello Bish, hello everyone. Yeah, it's been a gritty and gripping day of test match cricket. Real attritional play. A run rate of just over 2.15, 116 in 54 overs. This speaks to the consistency and discipline of the bowling, and perhaps the little bit of challenge in the surface. Swing a little bit early on and then some lateral movement. Yeah, the circle of love that I suppose, last-minute instruction and encouragement as they look to make their way back on the field. Tajul Islam, the man with those words for the final session on day one. Bangladesh, as a reminder, won the toss earlier this morning and they opted to bowl first, as have other captains in the past at this venue. Had a session where they picked up 2 wickets, but for the first hour in that session it was a struggle for them, and then eventually 2 wickets came in quick time, and then the 1 wicket in that second session, and that wicket coming via the run-out route. So though there has been some assistance from the surface, the bowlers haven't altogether been successful. And so from a West Indian perspective, if they lose at a maximum 1 more wicket in this session and get close to 175 or so, it might be a good result for them, a good way to end the day. And for Bangladesh, if they can get 5 wickets or more, they'll be very happy with their day's work.
We'll have a good idea now as to whether the sunshine has impacted the surface as we've gone through the first 2 sessions, or whether there's still swing or seam or spin. It's played well. Afane is still trying to find timing and his best method, still there, battling. Shariful Islam, whose last over was the 21st of the innings, didn't bowl in the middle session, found more swing from this end. Time will tell whether it's still available to him with the ball. 54 overs old. He bowled from the Sir Andy Roberts end, didn't find much swing, but when he switched to the Sir Kirtley Ambrose end from where he's operating, now he found the swing more amenable to be had.
Now what Shariful did well was that he gave the ball an opportunity to swing by bowling a fuller length. And there was a lot of late swing to Mikael Louis. There was one period in time where he bowled something like 15 deliveries in succession to Mikael Louis. Got an inside edge but fell short of the wicketkeeper, so it was a good testing period. Credit to Louis though that he survived that onslaught.
There is some shape there again. It's a good sign for Shariful.
Yeah, good positioning of that front foot. If you have a look at where that left foot is pointing when he makes contact with the ball, when he makes contact with the ball, that front foot is facing down the line, so the bat has enough room to access the ball. Sometimes batters can make the mistake and have that toe pointing more to cover or extra cover. Makes it a little bit more difficult to make contact with ball.
Perhaps asking the ball too much, or perhaps one of the travails of bowling to a right-left combination. He missed it. His first spell was from the Andy Roberts end. And so much more swing in the morning session from the end he's currently operating now, the Sir Kirtley Ambrose end.
highest test score for Michael Louis. An opportunity for him to convert this start into a maiden test ton. He's done all of the hard work, and every time there's a break and a resumption, you have to start over from scratch. Start over from zero almost. That's another, I suppose, peculiarity with batting and cricket that players must accept.
$118 for 3. Hassan Mahmood is back. Still trying to find rhythm and security at the crease, Alec Afanese.
51 deliveries for his 13, and that's the reason why he's a little bit anxious and perhaps impatient. Mentioned earlier that he likes to score, he likes to feel the bat on the ball. Bangladesh, they haven't made it easy for him to do so, for him to score easily. And when the spinners were in operation, they plugged a few of his scoring areas, so he had to try something a little bit differently. And this is what happens when you're in that frame of mind, when you do get a delivery that you can score off, you find the fielder.
Hassan coming round the wicket to deny him that room outside the off stump. Still gives him room. And at the third time of trying, he gets it past the infield for 4.
And this will give him a lot of confidence. He gets it to the left of the fielder this time, and wide enough to beat him and to get his first boundary in this session. Sure to boost his confidence.
Much tighter line. I'm talking about his alignment as a bowler, how he gets the back foot pointed. Pretty chest on as he's had to be with all the issues he's had with his back. And he gets everything going towards the target.
scored a quick fire half century in the last game he played for the Hurricanes before coming across for this test match series, Athens.
Gets the room again. Second time in the over, he gets it to the boundary. 1-2-6 for 3. Partnership is 42 of 111 deliveries between Athens and Mikhail Louis. First day of this test match, final session. Sort of a ring feel for Shoriful coming round the wicket. DJ, stop it. Stop the noise. Finally. I mentioned the ring feel. It allows him to bowl a few deliveries, wicket to wicket, get that ball swinging in on the wind, and occasionally he can still take it outside off stump towards the slip quarter.
They're just looking to go round the wicket to the right-hander Louis to get that angle into that front pad, and for the left-handed Athens, he's over the wicket in a similar type field. Has options in slip, also has a couple options leg side, so if he wants to go straight, he can.
Watch for the away movement as well if you're Alec Athens, and not be loose outside the off stump. It's not the only option Shoriful will throw at him. Very tempting. That's where the circumspection and the judgment comes in. With that away movement, occasionally he looked to angle it back in.
Yeah, such a talented young player, isn't he? Alec Athens. all of the ingredients to be successful at the highest level. Has an opportunity in this West Indian batting lineup to really solidify and to seal and to stamp his worth.
And that looked like the other option to come back in at the stumps. 1-2-9 for 3. Justin Greaves back in the West Indies Test match team. And after 2 boundaries in his first over after the tea interval, Hassan Mahmood is out of the attack. Captain is back.
Yeah, Justin Greaves formed such a remarkable alliance with Mikael Louis at the top of the order for the Hurricanes in that Super 50 competition, 100-run partnership, and wonderful communication, and the partnership was one of the standouts of the tournament. Greaves in at 6 though in this format.
Yeah, one of the big tests for Justin Greaves will not only be with the bat, but what he can contribute with the ball. He's hardly bowled in domestic cricket in recent times, whether it's T20 in CPL he didn't bowl, Super 50 a few over 6 or 7. In fact, he was on the ground at 8 o'clock this morning, bowling a few overs, and the team had already been named since yesterday. But he was here at 8 a.m. this morning, going through his bowling methods before any one of his teammates. I think as I look forward, and I don't know you see it, I think I am very much in favor of guys like Afanese, guys like Kavem Hodge, being able to bowl some effective overs across formats. I think, and I make that point, across formats, your top order giving you some valuable overs.
Yeah, absolutely. Kavem bowled quite a few overs for the Volcanoes.
It's very important. He's replacing Jason Holder. And he bowled, I thought he bowled very, very impactfully. This might be a strong term, in Australia earlier this year against the Australians in that test series. He was here, as we said before, very early at 8 a.m. But his primary job, or his first call, is with that stick to his right.
And he's coming into this test match on the back of history. And the only player in the West Indies ever to record 3 consecutive list day centuries.
Nice adjustment with the stroke, because it looked as though he was beaten for the lack of a full length, but still managed to get it over mid-wicket. 1-3-3 for 3. Adams left of screen. That beard has gone fully grey. Former West Indies captain Jimmy Adams left of that screen. Be a good save, you know. Eventually, Mamadul Hassan Joy.
Yeah, he signals for it as well. So he isn't sure. First opportunity and then another. Does it make contact with the cushion? Very close. A bit of errant delivery from Shariful to begin with. Can't really tell much from that particular angle. Did he eventually prevent the boundary? Yes, he did. So good work in the end. 50 partnership between these two. 51 of 124.
Ladies and gentlemen, the previous ball brought up the 50-run partnership between...
Yeah, it's a good partnership. Mentioned that Athens was a little bit frenetic, but I'm of the belief that in Test match cricket, even though you're an attacking player, there'll be days and conditions. England found it out. India found it out, much to their chagrin in their previous Test series in Pakistan and at home in India. That there are conditions and days where you still have to trust your defense and earn the right to play attacking shots. Earn that right. I think it's something that even some of the West Indies T20 players could benefit from, a little journey as a refresher in red ball cricket to refresh those skills. Not saying go all defensive, but there must be a game.
Yeah, absolutely. Striking that right balance has been the greatest challenge for batters in this format and in any format. How do you find the right medium between defense and attack, and more so understanding when each of those approaches is required?
Good surprise delivery, got it high. Yeah, I think you want something. Obviously, Craig Brathwaite is a different type of player. You could say that he errs too much, sometimes on the side of solidity without being able to get the ball away when he's not in his best touch. I mentioned Brian Lara a little while ago, and one of the challenges for the modern generation is seeing highlights of the great man and only seeing his attacking strokes. When I played against Brian coming through school and youth cricket, we always said one of his greatest attributes was his rock-solid defense. If we had to have someone to bat for life, it would be him, and then he earned the right to attack. 1, 3, 6 for 3. that short third or short backward point for the reverse sweep bottom or top right, plus the short fine leg for the orthodox sweep as well as the deep square leg.
Now this is Mehedi to Athanaze today. Look at the conglomeration of deliveries and the line. So he's been targeting the stumps for the most part. Quite a lot of those deliveries on the stumps and thereabouts. So because he's an off spinner, he finishes outside the line of the off stump with the slip and waiting. So good bowling from Mehedi Hassan Miraz all day to Alec Athanaze.
There's no one at point, so that's a little teaser for Louis, where Mehedi will bowl largely straight, largely tight on the off stump.
He's beaten both batters in the last couple overs or so with his flight. You see them advancing and then having to adjust. A couple of deliveries ago, it was Athanaze who had to make the adjustment. So it's good tease from Mehedi.
He goes for that slog sweep again. He's not backing down, even though he's only nailed one of several attempts.
He continues to try to go against the spin. Because of the bounce that's available here, he gets the top edge and quite fortuitously falls safely.
And the backward point had gone to his left. And the reverse sweep goes to his right.
Yeah, looks really good when it comes off. Good control from high to low, so hitting down on the ball. And he finds the gap. Splendid shot if you're used to playing it and you have the confidence to do so. Obviously, Alec Athanaze does. He loves sweeping, reverse unconventional. Adjustment in the field now.
That point has come finer, which opens up that little gap right there. That's good cricket. 1-4-5 for 3.
Miraz, Miraz, ডান্ডায় বল কর আমার দিকে সাইড সাইড বাইরে যাচ্ছে যা কামাই করছিলি সব যাইতেছে গা
Lovely if you can get up to English Harbour. All the yachts come in at certain times of the year, and there's some quite impressive ones that come across and moor themselves there during the latter part of the year. I think it might have been Alec Athanaze when he hit it straight to point. He said, "Oh Lord, boy." Between overs, Littendas says it's time to change our fortune, switching around the bails, not the first to try that sort of thing. Andre Nell, former South African fast bowler, was one who did it often.
Just a little bit more free flowing in the last couple overs or so. Alec Athenaeus, as you rightly mentioned, but still trying to find that equilibrium, that rhythm.
And that's the one that Shoriful wants to invite him to play. Something that got him into quite a few issues in Australia earlier this year. A little bit of looseness outside the off stump.
Aggressive stroke finds the gap. So it's been that type of innings from Alec Athenaeus. He's been fortunate on a number of occasions, but he's continuing to be brave. And as of now, fortune is favoring the brave.
I think that man who's now at gully has come a little bit wider. I think Shoriful, look, it's good targeting the stumps and having the each way sort of opportunity. The other option, it's only an option that he could operate with, is perhaps right now just playing on the patience of Alec Athenaeus and stay outside that off stump for a longer period of time, and perhaps get another fielder into that slip cordon and invite that shot again. See whether Athenaeus is willing and brave enough to try it again. Round the wicket to Louis.
Yeah, and especially against a batter who likes to score. Just starve him of those scoring opportunities and test his patience. So reinforce that ring, that offside, have your fielders in catching position, and just peg away for a long enough period of time, and the wicket might just come.
In fact, they've spread the slips a little bit more now. They've gone a first, a fourth, and a gully. Not quite a half volley, mistimed. 1-5-1 for 3.
এখন সময়টা কষ্ট হবে ভাই, সবাই একটু সাপোর্ট করি সবাই রে ভাইয়া। মিরাজ এটা লাগবে না হ্যাঁ এনে দিয়ে দাও।
5 runs and over for the 7 overs since tea for the West Indies. One of the benefits, one of the values of spending time at the crease. The scoring rate has accelerated for the first time today. They've been hovering around 2 runs and over. So it will challenge Mahedi Hassan Miraz, who's bowled a disciplined spell. It's been a fascinating battle against Athenaeus. But for Louis, they continue to tempt him with the 2 deep fielders on the leg side. A deep backward square as well as a deep mid-wicket. And a long on, so 3 deep fielders. Did come across his stumps, you know, and this piece of leg stump was visible. But doing too much. Sir Curtly Ambrose. Hello.
Hello, Nikhil. Hello, everybody.
টাইট করিস রান ছাড়া করিস।
Still very good going for the West Indies. That was 2 deliveries ago. There was a huge shout from bowler and others. But the main man stood firm. That's the umpire. Kuma Damasina, very experienced.
Seems to be growing in confidence, Athenaeus. Continues to be positive. Maybe with just a hint of more intelligence. The way he's going about it, but into the 40s.
That was the LBW shout a couple of deliveries ago. And of course, Hawkeye is saying he's missing leg stump. Good decision by the umpire.
Reward for what has been such discipline and restraint shown by Mikael Louis. Finally has decided he will take on that delivery and has nailed it.
Brought a big smile to his face as well. Certainly enjoyed that one. Good use of the feet as well. Got to the pitch. Nice, high, hard. 6 runs. Certainly was a good shot.
Yeah, he's been able to restrain himself and has not attacked Mahedi because of the field for the entire day. But finally got the right opportunity, and his decision making and shot selection has been what's the impressive thing about this innings. 161 for 3. And this will, I think, please a lot of West Indian fans for the entirety of the year. The talk has been that the West Indies don't score quick enough. Their run rate is towards the bottom of the teams, best teams in the world, that is. They've been around 2 runs and over, but value in spending time at the crease. Grinded for the first 2 sessions. When they lost wickets, Louis went into his shell and made sure that he took minimal risks so that they wouldn't lose another. And with the same 2 at the crease after tea, have now been able to push on. Still a lot of time left in the day, so we'll get a true reflection at the end of the day's play. But Tajul Islam back into the attack. Right now the ball's spinning the other way, away from Louis. So the one less fielder deep leg side, long on, deep backward square, and then they've got 2 deep on the offside, deep cover, long off. Many fans would have had their eye on this opening day to see how West Indian batters, especially you look at these 2, West Indies haven't played a test match since August when South Africa came to the Caribbean. And for Athenaeus and Louis, both from there went to the CPL, played prominent roles for their franchises. Athenaeus then after that went to Sri Lanka, white ball duty for the West Indies. Louis in the Super 50. Nice timing. Seems to have found a rhythm, and I think it was Shoreful just pulled up there towards the end. Boundary nonetheless.
Classic stroke from Athenaeus. Got to the pitch. It was all timing. Also a teaser. And then he pulled up at the last moment, realized he's beaten. And quite right. Shoreful.
Deep backward point and deep square leg for Athenaeus. This will challenge him now to score in the V's, Sir Curtly, when they have fielders at the positions where he plays the sweep. Can he find other ways to score?
He certainly can. We all know he's very strong, square of the wicket on both sides. But he's just as effective down the ground as well, as we've just seen 2 deliveries ago. Has really grown in confidence. Alec Athenaeus started off very scratchy, but he showed patience, and now he's found some rhythm.
Eventful over. 168 for 3. $365 beaches, they say. The West Indies continue to form this partnership and at a good rate as well. So Hassan Mahmood bowled 1 over after tee from that end, went for 8 runs, now back into the attack. Teasing him again outside off stump.
Well, Nikhil, I know you're from Barbados. You've got some beaches too, but you got to admit that Antigua has got some of the most beautiful beaches in the world. 365 of them, they say. I've lived here all my life, and I've only been to a few. You really don't take advantage, but there's some beautiful... Oh, look at that flag. One of the most beautiful looking flag in the world. You can't argue against that, Nikhil, can you? If you do, I'll take care of you.
I'm not scared of you. Also, they're very beautiful, but I don't know if I would say the most beautiful.
Fair enough. That's all right. I can live with that, no problem. But yeah, but Antigua is blessed with beautiful beaches, beautiful looking flag, wonderful people.
Good fielding again. Athenaeus able to turn over the strike and get off strike, which will put a stop into their plans. I want to know though, how do you guys get to that 365 number of beaches? Did you go and count them?
Somebody did.
But you don't know who?
No, I don't. Wonderful partnership building here. 85 at the moment. between Athenaeus and Louis. And that's exactly what the West Indies needed. Pressure now on Bangladesh.
We have just done well enough. Taskin done a lot today. In addition to the 12 overs he's bowled. Right, one thing you do know, you may not know about the beaches, Sir Curly, but you definitely know your fast bowling. What stands out to you about Hassan Mahmood's action?
Braced front leg, which a lot of experts likes to see. High arm. What I would like to see from him though, maybe a little bit more elevation prior to delivery. See, decent approach, but as he gets here, doesn't elevate enough for my liking. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but I reckon that if he elevates himself a little bit more, just prior to delivery, he could generate a little more pace, because you will get a little bit more out of your action, out of your body. But that's good. Look at the head. Very still and looking down the pitch.
Just helped, and more strength in that leg side for Louis, who's now into the 90s. 175 for 3. Getting to that time of the evening. Sir Curtly will be going into his home very soon. But a lot of cricket still to be played. 90 overs in the day total. Important for this partnership to continue going. Bangladesh should be looking at it and thinking if they can get 2 or 3 wickets and keep the West Indies to under 250 by the end of the day, they would have done well. Nothing is on 49. This is what Test cricket is about. 3rd Test 50 for Alec Athenaeus. Wasn't the most convincing of starts, but has figured out and found a tempo to build his innings. He looks confident.
Appreciated by his teammates and of course the crowd that's here to witness it. Shaping up to be a good innings, considering the patchy start that he had. But he hung in there, showed patience, weathered the storm.
Put down. It's the captain at first slip. They have worked tirelessly hard to try to create an opportunity against Louis. He's been so compact.
That should have been taken. It was a bit of a loose stroke from Louis. Probably a slight lapse in concentration, and that should have been taken. Good height, didn't go quickly, and was put down at first slip by the skipper. Mira. Looking at his finger, wondering how did I drop that?
Louis, he has to concentrate again. That focus has been really impressive today. It really came out of nowhere. No surprises why Mahedi was shocked.
He showed great patience. He's applied himself in a very good way throughout his innings. Now is at a critical stage where he has to be more focused. He's 90. Only 10 runs away from his first Test 100. There's a bit of a discussion. And they has reviewed it.
Ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through ultra-edge, please. Waiting for the ultra-edge, Nitin. Yes, keep rolling, keep rolling. Yeah, flat line, and there is a big gap between bat and ball. Roll it further, please. Yeah, it's hitting the pad, and the ball is way down the leg side. No need to check the LBW in this one. So Nitin, stay with your original decision. Stand by. You're on screen. Please ignore.
They're not out. 3 reviews, so they've lost 1, but can understand why Mahedi would have had an inclination to just check.
Ball, TJ.
176 for 3. Captain, after dropping Louis in the last over, seems to be struggling with that right hand. But Alec Athenaeus wasn't the most confident starts, but attacked nonetheless. And continued to attack to the point where of his last 30 deliveries, he scored 32 runs. So growing in confidence in this innings for his 3rd Test 50. A lot of runs behind square because of those sweeps, but has also shown the ability to score down the ground a couple of times.
Some anxious moments from Athenaeus, scooping a few up in the air, but away from the fielders. That was a close one. But he weathered the storm. And since those mishaps, they've looked to be in good control of the innings. Playing some lovely strokes, being very positive, very confident. And together with Louis, really doing a wonderful job for West Indies. 93-run partnership at the moment.
Seeing that last delivery, whilst he was batting so correctly, especially when he was early on in his innings, Athenaeus, and was looking to be attacking against Mahedi, was trying to figure out why. I mean, it was 5 or 10 balls in, and almost every time ahead he flighted the ball, he looked to take him on. I thought back to his dismissals earlier this year. Bashir in England, Nathan Lyon in Australia, also off spinners, and he was dismissed being quite defensive. Maharaj in the series first test got him defensive, and then he made up his mind in the second innings that he would commit to the sweep shot and got to 92. In the second test in Guyana, continued to play that sweep shot, was dismissed by Dane Pete, another off spinner. So again, I don't know, but I wonder if it is a case of feeling his best opportunity against the off spin, especially ball spinning away from him, is to be a bit more aggressive, be positive, and play the sweep. But obviously, with everything, there has to be an element of control involved, which he's been fortunate to find. But I would have loved to know the reaction had one of those miscued shots gone to hand.
I like to see a batter play positive cricket, play attacking cricket. And Athenaeus is one of those players who likes to do that. And I wouldn't, as a coach, I wouldn't want him to curb that natural instinct. What I would say to him, though, is you got to be more selective. You can't go after everything. Respect a good delivery, but when an opportunity presents itself to score, then you score. Just the selection is what I will try to get into his mind. Michael Louis hails from St. Kitts and Nevis. First from that part of the world to play for the West Indies. Probably would feel that he missed out on that opportunity to score.
Last delivery again, cross seam from Hassan Mahmood. This one as well. Louis again showing good control and discipline. 177 for 3 as the West Indies and this partnership continue to flourish. It's been a good showing by these two in different regards. A few overs earlier, so currently when we came on, began the discussion about the lack of red ball cricket the West Indies have played and the curiosity around the region about the tempo that both Athenaeus and Louis would have, given how much white ball cricket they've played. Another sweep. And even with the deep fielder's leg side, he's good enough to pick the gap.
Beautifully played by Athenaeus. He does fancy himself with playing the sweep shot. And that was well played. Split the deep mid wicket and deep back was square. They are both only there to retrieve.
Now change of field. The square leg fielder in the circle has now come behind square, the deep fielder in front. I think Louis has showed that he has enough ability to compartmentalize. Struck at 140 and had a good CPL for the Patriots. Went to the Super 50, scored a couple back-to-back 50s there, and today has faced his most ever deliveries in Test cricket, doubling his previous best. More runs flowing. And he's shown enough control, Sir Curtly, to take minimal risks in this innings, understanding his role in the entirety of the West Indies approach. The job is far from finished. He's toying with the field, Athenaeus. Couple conventional, now the reverse.
Not afraid to play the reverse sweep as well. He's a very confident young man, Alec Athenaeus. And those 2 runs brings up the 100 partnership between Athenaeus and Louis.
Much quicker that time. And again, Athenaeus able to score and find a gap. Partnership continues to grow. 187 for 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the previous over, the 100-run partnership was brought up between Mikhail Louis and Alec Athenaeus in 177 deliveries. After 67 overs, the West Indies 187 for 3.
A lovely partnership in the end. Athenaeus has grown in confidence, 103 ongoing. Mikhail Louis has been very secure. He got dropped on 90. But still there battling. Maybe another cross-seamer. As Nikhil alluded to with Hassan Mahmood. Atar Ali Khan alongside me. What are we to make of conditions now in the final session with the ball 67 overs old and a lot of cross seams now from Hassan Mahmood?
A change of plans. You always, as a bowler, you would need to have a backup plan. You know that if the bowler is doing something, and then all of a sudden there's a big partnership, that's picked it away. There's a loosener down the leg side at this stage of the game. While he's batting on 90, he's not going to miss out. Just going back to the point that we're trying to make. You've seen bowlers trying to change the way they bowled earlier. It was a lovely shot though. He's well set. You know, there's the cross seam that you're talking about. But you still have to get it right. Again, drifting down the leg side. So he, again, allowing the batter to free his arms. It's a good pickup shot. A lot of energy behind the stumps and around the fielders. You're telling the bowlers, one good ball will get you a wicket. Disappointing to see that catch not being taken, because straightforward chance, wasn't it? And as we all know, Madison Miraj has been one of the very good fielders. He'll be very, very disappointed. There's the catch again. I came in a good height. I just thought that maybe he was a touch surprised to see that ball coming towards him. It's a big miss.
নিচে আস্তে দেখ অলরেডি 68 গেছে ওরা যদি 2-3 ওভার করতে চায় এখনই শুরু করতে পারিস
This session has been good for West Indies. They've scored most runs here in this session, 75 in the 14th over. This is the 14th over without losing a wicket. So they've grown from strength to strength. Remember, only 50 in the first session. And in the second session, 66 for 1. 3 wickets. What about this session? Almost 5.5 runs. The run rate has climbed up quite drastically.
That's something I think they've got to do a little bit more in this final session. 191 for 3. And what do I mean by that? Hold that channel a little bit more with, as you alluded to, runs flowing. The ball not doing as much as the previous 2 sessions. Just hold that channel, set the field appropriately, at least for a couple of overs, and try to play in the patience of the batters. You have to know when to attack and when to defend, more so in this format of the game. Anderson Phillip there doing the 12th man duties.
Changing bowler from the Sir Curtly Abdul's end, number 3.
And we all saw how Athanase started his innings. The first ball that he faced, he wanted to smash it out of the ground. He missed it completely. There were times when he got away with taking few chances. Bowling change now. Taskin Ahmed. In the first session, it was excellent. 2 for 19. He got 2 in the same over. He's back in the attack.
Wickets in consecutive overs in the morning session for Taskin. First Brathwaite, then Carty. It was a really good reward for some investment bowling in that morning session where the ball did enough. 3 slips in waiting.
Not in the same over as you corrected. 2 consecutive overs where he picked up those 2 wickets. And if you just reflect and see what could have happened for Bangladesh in that first session or in the second session, because this session certainly belongs to West Indies. They asked questions, but what stood out for West Indies was they showed a little bit more patience. Even though there were some really good deliveries, they did not get out. And that has been the key feature of this partnership. It's not been an easy pitch to bat on. And both the batters, this pair, especially this pair, realize the fact that if you can survive and if you can get set, runs to be made. It didn't come easy. Had to work really hard for them. 207 deliveries for 94 for Mikhail Lewis. 59 of 95. Strike rate of just above 62 for the left-hander. It has been very impressive. A really good partnership.
Looks as though they're going to focus to a large extent about discipline. They've pushed the point back to the boundary. Still 3 slips in waiting. So largely bowl that corridor, protect the 4 ball. Occasionally bring your deep backward square in play if you want. that's why you have that deep point fielder. That's just one. 192 for 3. Just before that last over, just a breakdown of the phases of Alec Afene's run scoring so far in the face of some accuracy for the first 2 sessions primarily. First 30 deliveries, 11 runs. A little bit chancy, settled a little bit. Next 30 deliveries, 10 runs. And the third 30 deliveries, 34 runs. So after a little bit of a shaky start, he earned the right to score more convincingly, which is admirable. Just chatting with him, and you know more about this than I would. At practice yesterday, he spoke about trying to find a method. What's the method? If I can get to 3 figures at some point at this level, it'll teach me something. It'll teach me a method that I can take forward for the rest of my test or international career, that know-how of how to accomplish it at least once. Mikhail Louis is finding his own method, one of patience, diligence, and shot selection. Three deep fielders leg side.
Yeah, this is very good, and it just shows that if you're willing to spend time in the middle and survive the early overs, things will get easier. There are fielders who are trying to save the singles, but now they've got the time to hit it towards the gap and then pick up singles. Rotation or strike has been very impressive.
DJ.
195 for 3. Time for that Blue Waters drinks break.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Blue Waters drinks break. After 70 overs, the West Indies 195 to 3. Alec Afenes remains unbeaten on 62, while Mikhail Louis is 95 not out. The West Indies 195 to 3 after 70 overs.
Partnership is 111 between Alec Afanase and Mikhail Louis. 95 to Louis, 62 for Afanase. 3 wickets have fallen so far today. 2 in the morning session, beginning with Craig Brathwaite.
Dawa came back, took the review, and this was a soft dismissal. Chipped it straight to short mid-wicket. And good piece of fielding here, never a second run there. Really good from Tajul Islam, good pickup. And very, very good throw right towards the keeper, who does the rest. You know, they lost 3 wickets when that run out happened, 84 for 3 at the one stage. But then after this, Afanase and Louis have put on 111 of 195 deliveries to take West Indies to 195 for 3.
Afanase has grown in stature after a shaky start. He's settled in, bedded himself in with his array of sweeps. Mikhail Louis has been more solid, much more circumspect and watchful, showing us though his aggressive abilities occasionally. Dropped a 90, you won't begrudge him that. Tasking the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 35. Over the wicket for Taskin. And again he gets it behind square and that offside. A little bit more control in that than 1 or 2 earlier on.
It's a little bit too wide from Taskin Ahmed. And he played it late, just opening the face of the bat, because there was a fielder who was a little bit square on the offside in that direction. You know, a nice touch to start the over with a boundary.
Round the wicket now to tighten up the line. Gets 2 straight, overcompensates, and another boundary. Back-to-back 4s for Alec Afanase.
He's looking good, looking in control. With that boundary, 200 up on the board for West Indies. First one was put in on the offside, so change of angle. Just a touch short. And it was quick to pounce on it for another boundary towards the square leg area. There are 2 fielders there, deep fine leg and deep square leg. So gone through right in the gap.
Little bit of swing, late swing on that one. Well played.
I think full credit to Mikhail Louis, because once he started to get set and once he started showing that he was keen to bat and bat on, it just takes the pressure off the new batter. Afanase was looking a little bit shaky, wasn't he, when he came on to bat? But once he found that from the other end, the right-hander, Mikhail Louis, is willing to spend time in the middle, then he started to feel a little bit more better. It's excellent. It's a really good matchup between these two, knowing the responsibility at that stage when they lost the 3rd wicket at a score of 84. Because West Indies at that stage needed someone to bat with Mikhail Louis. And an excellent partnership so far, but they had to work hard.
quite a few more bold strokes coming out with conviction after the tea interval. That one error from Mikhail Louis where he was put down at slip didn't cost him his wicket. Athanaze looking more secure. And out of the draw comes the false shot. 204 for 3. Late swing again. So still something happening, not as frequently as the previous sessions, which means as a bowler you have to be more patient. Late swing on the last ball of that previous over. Deep third. Mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket has moved over to the offside at deep third. Still a deep forward square and a long on. Goes after it. And he goes for 6. So really looking to press his foot on the accelerator now in this final session of day 1. Alec Athanaze.
Yeah, we showed you earlier the intentions to score and score quickly. That is a beautiful shot. Down on his knees. And he smacks it over right from the sweet part of the bat. Shouts of catch it. Fielder only watching it sail over for the maximum.
What has he learned? What has he learned? What has he learned about scoring 17 first-class half-centuries and only 200s? What has he learned about the conversion rate? 92 against South Africa a couple of test matches ago. At the Queen's Park Oval, where he was livid with himself for not converting. Couple more runs. And he was keeping a close eye yesterday on these young guys from the West Indies Cricket Academy, based here in Antigua. Zishan Mutara, the leg spinner from Barbados, walking off there. Rivaldo Clark, Teddy Bishop, Hakeem O'Geese. McKinney Clark. Johan Lane, all of those were here bowling at the West Indies yesterday. Some good young fast bowlers in particular, I think, and that tall young man coming down there, a wrist spinner, which West Indies desperately needs, Zishan. You just need that continued training, and a good initiative is that they're in the academy for an entire year here in Antigua. .96 for Mikhail Louis, 214 for 3. 96 for Mikhail Louis. So many in the Twin Island Federation will be locked on to find out whether he can do it. And around the Caribbean and around the globe, actually, because he made a very good impression in England on his first international tour. I know my colleagues, Michael Afton, Nazar Hussain, Mark Butcher, all of those were very impressed with his temperament. Around the region, he's won many fans in the different territories for his willingness to bat long and his technique. That's the area that he is continuing to battle himself to decide whether he should be leaving or trying to defend.
Well, Taskin Ahmed went past the bat in the previous over. Again, in this over, it just zips through. Bit of a late movement when it goes into the gloves of Lichun Kumar Das. You know, again, not happy with him, and he shouldn't be. 96, batting on 96. It's been hard work. The most impressive pick of the bowlers, Taskin Ahmed.
His mom Natalia, his dad Jerry. We know they'll be locked in. His brother Jeremiah, who was on the tour of England. Not sure whether that's a half defense, half attack. That's too far outside the off stump and too good a length to be nudging at. He's done it so well, only occasionally going back to that fault. Land safely. Are we seeing the nervous 90s starting to take impact? He's played and missed twice. He's mistimed a pull.
If you reflect and look at what he has done with short pitch deliveries, he's put them away for boundary. This time around, he doesn't time it. Well, shouts of catch it again. It didn't really get up that much. Yeah, just below the waist high. Gets the bottom part of the bat. That's why it's lucky he's fallen short of that fielder at deep square leg.
It's just such a big moment for him, for the people of the Federation, St. Kitts and Nevis, for those from Dominica, for Alec Afanes. I know there's a whole bigger picture of West Indianness, but the first man from the island of St. Kitts to play international cricket for the West Indies. All the other international cricketers have come from the smaller of the two islands of Nevis. So he's got that additional, I wouldn't say responsibility, but hope on his shoulders. Not to mention Alec Afanes. 216 for 3.
Very good partnership by these two.
Louis showing signs of nervousness in the 90s, was put down at 90. He's got to try to make sure that that doesn't affect him or affect his starts. Still focused on getting his first Test 100. And Nathan is playing pretty well. This is a massive partnership in the context of the game. As you can see, in the last 19.1 overs, they've scored 100 runs.
And the significant time now as we go to the end of the day for Athenaeus especially. I heard Bish earlier speaking about the lack of conversions at the first class level. 1750s, just 200s. But there have been a number of times over the past 3 first class seasons and this year in Test cricket where he's gotten to 80. 5 times actually he's been dismissed in his first class career in the 80s and twice in the 90s. Swept the ball with regularity today, misfield. And will get to the boundary, so he continues to enhance his score into the 80s.
Not a good look by the fielder there. Went straight through him. Reverse sweep in the air a little bit. Should not have fumbled like that. And then to rub salt into the wound, went for 4. Athenaeus will be happy, but not Tygel.
More runs. Conventional in front of square this time. And remember, he was the first person to admit, Courtney, that he has not been focused enough, Athenaeus, when he gets to the 80s and 90s. Because the modes of dismissal, especially at the first class level, have been him playing expansive shots and a lot of times being caught behind the wicket at slip or those areas where we're usually seeing him be dismissed outside off stump. So we'll test him these next 13 or so runs. 12 runs now, 2-2-3 for 3. Only the 4th 100-plus run stand for the West Indies in Test match cricket this year in 14 Test innings. Why is it significant? Because they've had 18 50-plus partnerships. So this has not been a deficiency. And just guys spending time at the crease for longer periods on a whole. Mahedi. I think it's the first time he's bowling from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end for the day. Louis on 97, still in the 90s.
He spent quite some time in the 90s. They'll call it the nervous 90s. It won't matter once he can get that triple figures, but as long as he doesn't get over anxious. But he's been here for quite some time.
Came down the track, trying to get to that 100 mark He's been in the 90s for a while. Mahedi, who dropped him on 90, has now dismissed him on 97. Crestfallen is Mikael Louis.
Sheer disappointment on his face. He played so well, but you could tell something was going to give. And unfortunately for him, his wicket is what gave in at the end. Trying to reach it in one blow. Mahedi, who put him down, kind of made up for it in a way. Good catch, smart catch, good height. And Louis would be very, very disappointed. Going for 97 is 224 for 4.
The West Indies have lost 4 wickets. Mikael Louis goes for 97, caught off the bowling of Mahedi Hassan Miraj. The West Indies 224 for 4.
Justin Greaves in at number 6. Made his test match debut earlier this year in Australia. That 33 came in a winning cause in Brisbane when the West Indies won that historic test match against Australia. And many people overlook his contributions in that test. It's obviously Shamar Joseph stealing the show. And comes in on the back of 3 consecutive 500s, in the Super 50 competition.
And that's the downfall of Louis. Heading for mid-wicket, getting the outside edge on a smart catch taken. He'll be very, very disappointed with that.
I'm shocked, to be honest, Courtney, and I just wonder what went through his mind. Was it the change of ends for Mahedi? Thinking if he can hit now with the spin, it's hitting with the wind, as opposed to before where it was hitting into the wind, and he was so good at not giving in to that temptation. But probably a build-up of a number of things. And he was still able to score against Mahedi before that. 20 runs off 30 balls against him without taking any risks. So that really came out of nowhere.
Yeah, he played pretty well. That was a century given away, one could say. Now Justin Greaves will have to get a start over, give Atene some support. But when you see a young man played so well, he did everything perfect this morning. Left alone quite well. Went through the sticky period. And when you get, after you've done such hard work, you need to give yourself a reward by scoring 100. And he gave it away.
Many at this stadium watching on television around the globe will be heartbroken. Not Bangladesh though. A test now for these next 15 overs for the West Indies and Greaves to get through. 226 for 4. Taijul. And as much as we question the shot from Louis, Courtney, we have to give credit to Bangladesh because he really had to work hard for those last 11 runs, which took 30 balls to come in. Didn't have much of the strike, Athenaeus did, but when he did get the strike, they made it difficult by being disciplined.
Yeah, you have to give them credit. The attack has been pretty disciplined all day. I mean, when you look back at the score, 226-4 in 75 overs. The bowlers have been pretty disciplined. They had a couple of lapses in the field, but the fielding hasn't been that bad either. So you have to give them credit for sticking it out and fighting all the way. But one thing I can assure you, Louis will be a very, very disappointed man at the moment. Athenaeus is now into the 90s. Most people call it the nervous 90s. It seems that way with Louis. Hope it's not the same for Athenaeus. Oh, it was a very good partnership and just unfortunate. And I know there's a lot of disappointed Caribbean personnel who were hoping that Louis would have got his maiden test done today. That wasn't the case. But they'll be cheering on Athenaeus and hoping that he can get to 3 figures.
And when he got that 92 against South Africa, he swept his way to the 90s and continued to sweep in the 90s, and it was to his detriment. But today he's done it again successfully. So will he continue to play that way? Obviously wanting that 100. Wales, they ready up a short leg fielder or a fielder in front of the bat. I think when Bish and Samuel Badger were on earlier, Bish was talking about the mindset of Alec Athenaeus. He said after the England series, he wants to transition his thinking from getting big runs to getting through the mentally tough periods. That's what he felt has been letting him down. Once it's gotten tough in his mind, he felt he would lose his wicket, and he did that today. Can he do it for a little longer to get the 3 figures and get to the end of the day? 227 for 4.
Mahedi to continue. Athenaeus on strike. Good disciplined bowling still by Mahedi. This will be another good test for Athenaeus as well. He has seen what has happened to Louis, and I'm sure he would want to not make the same mistake.
Good anticipation by Deepu to come around there standing at slip, anticipating the reverse.
The question is, was that a chance?
Was it a chance? No, it wasn't. With the spinners going well, and obviously the pacers, Mahmood, who we just saw, having a big workload today, in 3 overs time, that second new ball is available. What is Bangladesh's stance on it, given that this ball is still relatively new, not new, but still swinging? Get back to it in the next over. 227 for 4.
তোর বন্ধু এদিকে বল করতে পারতেছে না কি করতে হবে কুইক চেঞ্জ আচ্ছা তোর মেরে দিকে যা আসি এই দেই
Sealing it off in place, just to put some pressure on Justin Greaves. And clearly off the under edge and into the ground. And Courtney, give us some insight into your thought process on a day like today, when you were captain, where your seamers have had a big, heavy workload. You also are looking to take wickets and your spinners aren't doing badly. What's the thought process and decision making?
Well, the first thing depends on the state of the ball, if it's still doing a little bit. And if there's any reverse swing, then you might want to continue with the old ball. So tomorrow when the bowlers come out, they're fresh with the new ball. If nothing is happening with the ball, then you might be tempted to say, well, okay, I'm going to give them 2 overs each other with the new ball. So you got to be thinking along those lines. And then if there's any support from the pitch, we have seen today that it has flattened out a little bit. There was a little bit of turn, not as much at the back end that we probably saw earlier.
Bangladesh have gotten another West Indian batter in the 90s and dismissed. How quickly this game of cricket and test cricket can change. Another 50 for Athenaeus and no 100.
And you could call it a soft dismissal when you look back at it. In the 90s, you want to press on and get you 100. Another 100, I think, given away. But credit to Bangladesh for maintaining the pressure, keeping on the pressure. Went for a little fine sweep, got the top edge. A very easy, simple catch by Litton. He's happy. He's put his name in the books. Had a catch put down earlier. Athenaeus will be very disappointed. But he's got to go. He's made 90. It's 2:28 for 5.
Wicket, Alec Athenaeus goes caught off bowling of Tajul Islam for 90. The West Indies 228 for 5.
যা করছস অনেক করে কি সকাল থেকে যদি ওই ফোন দাবড়ায় পিটাই তো এতটাও করতে পারতি না
All of a sudden, 2 wickets for 4 runs. Joshua De Silva walks in, vice captain of this West Indies team. He too, only 1 test 100. All of a sudden, Bangladesh with a big finish in these next 12 overs. This could be their day.
It will be a testing time for these 2 new batters. They've got to start afresh. And Tajul will not make it any easier for them. Well, here's the wicket of Athenaeus going for the fine sweep. Top edge. And wicketkeeper Daz made no mistake. And that again, Nikhil, look as if it might have just carried the bat pad. It's 2:28 for 5.
Pressure on the West Indies. Last ball of the last over. Almost, not half, quarter chance. Nicely played by Greaves with fielders around the bat and Bangladesh on the attack. There will be opportunities to score.
A little bit of football skill came into play, and if that had gone back to hand from feet, would have been saying spectacular. But can't call it a chance as it didn't went to hand. There's a little extra step in the Bangladeshi bowler's tail now. And that's what wicket does for you.
Both these teams, it's happened a number of times this year. Actually, probably more for Bangladesh, but a number of times they've been in commanding positions, dominating teams, and have let the opposition back in. First test in Port of Spain against South Africa was the perfect example, where Louis and Brathwaite had built a partnership. A run out opened the game up for the South African bowlers, and the rest was history. So it's still a work in progress for the West Indies, batting especially. I don't know how you develop that skill. Get back to it. 230 for 5.
रेडी থাকো भैया জয় भैया চলে আসো তাড়াতাড়ি আপনি কইরা দেখতে পারেন ভাই ভাই ইজিতে খেলতে পারতেছে না
Courtney, talk to me about that. With your experience, I think about guys like Joe Root and the best in the world. When they are in a commanding position, they find a way not only to get a big score, but make sure they take the game as deep as possible. How do we, as we see the academy here, how do we develop that skill in our young batters?
It has to be done. I mean, you go back, you call Joe Root or Brian Lara or Viv Richards back into this Sir Gordon Greenwich. When you get in, single there for the silver, and you're on top of your position, you want to make a mark, but you also want to make sure you get your team in the comfort zone, and you get a little bit selfish by wanting to get a big score for yourself. Both Louis and Anthony is at good starts, and they sort of getting out in the 90s would put pressure on the youngsters, but you've got to seize the opportunities. And that's where you hear people talk about experience. Now, they've got Jimmy Adams as the batting coach in, so he's got to be helping them to get over that hurdle, and I'm sure he's doing the best he can. But sometimes you need like a mentor who they can sort of call upon as well. And as you say, Ian Bishop is your mentor, so maybe he might be the man. There is Jimmy Adams. I know he's going to be very disappointed with those two batters getting into the 90s and getting out. Normally when he gets there, he doesn't give it away, so.
Attacking option, and again, observing opportunities to score with the field up and close. Good from Greaves, 235 for 5. With 10 overs to go in the day. Mahedi and Bangladesh are on the attack. They've opted to take that second new ball. Shoriful should be quite fresh. It's been a while since he's bowled. And then Hassan Mahmood bowled a couple spells after tea. Short spells, 1 over and then 3 overs. Nigeria's Jimmy Adams. Brian Lara was with, you speak about that mentor, Brian Lara was with them in Australia helping. And he obviously is the batting coach. Has to be a mental thing, Courtney, because only the 100 this year, Kavem Hodge. Been hard to come by. And converting those 50s into big hundreds. But all eyes and attention on this second new ball and how De Silva and Greaves, new to the crease, can negate the threat. Well, there will be swing. Harder ball also means more opportunity to score.
And this is where the test cricket can be very tested, because he's had a beautiful morning session, Mahmood, but now is when the legs might be a little bit tired. That was a genuine loosener. And that's one of the things you want to try and guard your young bowlers against in test cricket, or in any cricket, so to speak. Don't release the pressure with the loosener. Once the captain wants you to come back to bowl, you have to be ready. Maybe you got the information late. Let's see how we responded, but you don't want to be giving away those looseners.
Interesting that Mahedi, who was bowling well himself, had just gotten Athena's Taijul Islam, also got a wicket. They strung together about 5 really good overs, testing overs, the 2 spinners, but maybe sense a chance here with the new ball going into the end of the day. Three scoring shots against this new ball. 10 runs in 3 balls for De Silva.
Wide again, and he just opened the face on it, intention. And with the ball being new, travel very, very quick on the outfield. So 4 more to De Silva, 4 more to the West Indies.
Deep point instituted now, 1 less slip.
Not 100% sure I would have taken a new ball now based on the amount of overs the seamers bowled this morning. 3 overs apiece would have been my thought, but captain had other ideas. As you mentioned earlier as well, Nikhil, both spinners were bowling pretty well and had things under control. So even if you wanted to try some seam at them, you could have given them 2 overs with the new ball, with the old ball, to see how it happens. That would loosen them up as well. Keep a spinner from one end, and then for the last 6 overs, you take the new ball.
Might have been a scramble into the right-hander. And there's Shoriful, who we haven't seen for about 20 overs, so he could likely be the option to take up the bowling from this Sir Curtly Ambrose, and now that the new ball has been taken. No real wind now, subtle breeze, but has got prodigious movement in from this end. To be honest, his last spell that he bowled, the 61st over, he was still getting the ball to shape in. So they did well to take care of that ball, the first one at least. 246 for 5.
Action towards you. That's your message.
Sorrowful from Sir Andy Roberts' end. New ball in hand. And it's an area that has troubled Joshua Da Silva in the past. That delivery that comes back into him. He has found his front foot in the line of the delivery. He's gotten LBW quite a few times. So what he's done in the recent past is try to open up that front foot a little bit so that there is a free flow of the bat coming down. So it's an issue that he has been working to remedy. Secretly, Ambrose, we were sitting in the next room looking on, quite perplexed at the, not necessarily the dismissal, but the manner of the dismissals from the two young West Indians. Michael Louis firstly running down the track, and then Alec Athanaze. They don't call it nervous 90s for nothing, do they? Yeah, he'll be very disappointed in the dismissal. Down the track, outside edge and well caught. Mahedi himself dropped him a little bit earlier in the innings, but he wasn't able to convert. Yeah, that's the closest he got to the ball down the track today, and it just shows the anxiousness and the nervousness of being in that position. 3 shy of a maiden Test match 100, the first player from St. Kitts to represent the West Indies secretly. Excellent knock, but very disappointing end.
When he reflects on that dismissal, he would readily know that he missed a golden opportunity to register his first Test century. Always a special milestone. I've heard great players talk about that. Some would say a rush of blood.
I wonder how he'll go to bed tonight, Michael Louis. He has some company doing Alec Athanaze. So perhaps they'll sit together on their way back to the hotel. 2:46 for 5. He has gotten a little bit dark out in the middle. West Indian batters looking around, perhaps to just signal to the umpire the issue regarding the illumination. The lighting towers are on here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. As the sun sets, there is some cloud towards the western side, which is also adding to a little bit of darkness out in the middle. A little discussion from the umpires during the over break. Still have A few overs left in the day's play though, 8 of them. Hassan Mahmood continues from the Circuit Lee Ambrose end. When you look at the day's play secretly, for much of it, the West Indies was scoring at just above 2 runs and over. It was in this session where that scoring rate increased quite dramatically, closer to 3 now. And just when they were getting into a position of real dominance with those two and that magnificent partnership, they both fell in quick succession. So at this stage, is there a parity in terms of who has power?
Those 2 quick wickets of Michael Louis and Alec Athanaze certainly brought Bangladesh back into the game. They took 2 early wickets in that morning session, Bangladesh. Then they got 1 in the second session. And since then, they toiled all the way. It was all West Indies. And then 2 quick wickets. Beautifully bowled. What a delivery. So Bangladesh has clawed their way back into this game. So at this point, I would say it's even Stevens, really.
One wicket though. 1 more wicket would tilt it in the favor of Bangladesh. It's a tricky little period here for a batter. You know that it's close to the end of the day's play, so you're thinking survival. And just sometimes you put yourself in a shell and you make an unforced error. Just sharing some information, you can see from the gesture there from Justin Greaves that the ball is angling back in to the right-hander. What a Super 50 tournament he had. Just a few games, had to leave the Leeward Islands Hurricanes early because of red ball duties. Justin Greaves, over 400 runs. Advancing down the wicket to negate any swing and movement. Joshua De Silva. And of course the aforementioned 3 consecutive listy centuries for Justin Greaves in the first 3 matches of this year's Super 50 Cup. What a statement that was from him. He has some protection down there. Saw him coming and looked to fire one in, perhaps at the leg stump. Single to end, 248 for 5. Yeah, the light meter has made its way out to the middle. Umpires having a quick check. Mentioned a little bit earlier that it's gotten dark quite quickly in the last 2 overs or so. The batters would be, I suppose, happy if play ends at this stage, because it's always a difficult period to negotiate. Just a couple overs before the close of play. You want to make sure that you have your wicket intact for the next day. Just checking on both sides. Seems as though that they're happy with the quality of illumination at the moment. And so it's spin from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
I'm just wondering if because of the light, why there's a spinner in the attack. You know, sometimes when there's a question about the lights, umpires prefer to see a spinner on rather than a fast bowler. So is this the case?
Yes, it is. We had confirmation from the third umpire that it is suggested that the spinners be utilized. Going down the leg side, I think. So to Kumar Dharmasena, is there a thought of a review from Bangladesh? They're thinking about it. Yeah, a little bit too late now. I suppose ended well for Bangladesh. Looked to be sliding down the leg side.
Beautifully bowled. And they've gone up for review for stumping.
Stevie, umpire to director. We have an umpire review for stumping. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Show me the side and angle, please. Side and angle, please. Side and angles. I don't need that side and angle. Yes. Foot is grounded. Let's keep rolling. Keep rolling. Yeah, foot is grounded. When the bails are off, I'm ready to make my decision.
Yeah, confirmation that it's not out. His foot was firmly grounded. But the delivery before slid on with the arm, crashed into the pad, and then that one gripped and beat the outside edge. And that's what you get from Tijul. Generally very accurate, and he gets that natural variation. So you're not entirely sure if the ball is turning or if it's not. It has to be careful. Justin Greaves. Just a reminder of Bangladesh on their first innings, the last two times they were here in 2018, 43 all out and 103 all out in 2022. I just wonder how significant this 250 that the West Indies have now gone to will be. And they're going down the leg. 250 for 5. Yeah, it seems as though that the umpires have decided that the light isn't good enough for play to continue, and so they've called the day's proceedings. And there's also a little bit of drizzle, as you can see there in the background. And we've had 84 overs on day one of the first test. And West Indies will close on 250 for 5. Mahdi Hassan Miraz won the toss earlier today, opted to bowl first. And they met with some stern defense early up in the first hour. And then in the second hour, in session 1, they picked up those 2 quick wickets. The second session belonged to the West Indies, and you can argue so too. The third, 134 runs scored, but they lost their 2 very well set batters. A partnership of 140 between Mikhail Louis and Alec Athanaze, both falling agonizingly short of maiden test tons. Just a confirmation then of the way things panned out for the West Indies. 38 deliveries for his 4, Craig Brathwaite. 98, highest test score for Mikhail Louis. No score for Casey Carty. Hodge got a start but ran himself out. And then Alec Athanaze, 92 against South Africa a couple of months ago, and then 90 now. So twice in a short space of time, falling in the 90s. Greaves and De Silva, partnership of 22, the not-out batters. One partnership of note, that 140 between Athanaze and Mikhail Louis. They had a 59, Hodge and Louis as well. They'll need these 2, unbeaten 22 at the moment, De Silva and Greaves, to push that as far as they possibly can and look to bat Bangladesh out of this game. 250, they'll need to get closer to 400 if they possibly can.
It has been a long, tough grind for the Bangladesh bowlers. 2 wickets to Taskin and a wicket each to Taijul and Mehedi. For the most part, they bowled very well, asked a lot of probing questions. So at the end of it, they managed to pick up 5 of the West Indian wickets.
Yes. Yes, at that time of the year, Christmas time, in this part of the world, the sun sets a little bit earlier. And so bad light has caused a premature end on day 1. We'll take a short break and we'll have some analysis of day 1. Welcome back to the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. This is where things stand at the end of day one. West Indies sent in. Well, they got to 250 for 5 on the back of a couple 90s. Mikael Louis with 97 and Alec Athenay's 90, 140-run partnership between those two. The bowling for Bangladesh, well, a couple wickets in session, one for Taskin Ahmed, one for Taijul and one for Mehdi. There was also a run out, that's the 5th wicket, but they were quite disciplined generally throughout the day. Much more will be needed from this attack throughout the course of tomorrow. Let's go pitch side now with Nikhil Uttamchandani.
Mikael Louis, obviously bittersweet day for you getting to 97. Mikael, first of all, how would you assess your innings today?
So initially the pitch had in a lot of moisture, so it was a little difficult at first for me and Craig opening the batting, but then as the day went on it got a little easier. The ball started coming on a little bit better, and just unfortunate that I couldn't get the 3 figures.
Yeah, you had never batted more than 100 balls in Test cricket before today, Mikael. What was the difference in your approach and the composition of your innings today?
Yeah, so in the first class season, I was averaging about 200 balls per innings. So batting many balls is not something new for me. But I just so when after the Test series against South Africa, I went back home and I did a lot of work on just concentrating for longer periods and doing the right things for longer.
And speaking of that, after the Test series, you played a lot of white ball cricket where you did well. Also, how did you factor in the sort of preparation for this Test series, and how did that approach look coming back to red ball cricket?
So during the white ball tournaments that I've been playing, I've been working on just positioning, you know, whether it's front foot or back foot. So I felt like me batting today, I was in better positions than I were in the previous Test series, and I just feel like moving forward, I'm heading in the right direction.
Spent a long time in the 90s today, Mikael. You felt that sort of played a part on your dismissal and the pressure they were able to build?
So when Mehdi brought back himself, you know, he was bowling from the shorter end and the breeze was in my favor. So I just felt like it was the best option for me to try to go all the way with him.
Yeah, figured. And obviously, looking back on the fact you weren't able to get the 3 figures, would you say it's a knot that you will sort of take with you going forward, or one that you would want to enhance?
So today just taught me that it is possible for me, and you know, because I had doubts about myself, but seeing how I batted today, I just feel like, you know, playing Test cricket is for me, and I'll just use today as a stepping stone for me to do better things and bigger in the future.
Keep learning, keep growing. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice to see a smile on the young man's face despite the disappointment of not registering his maiden Test ton. And this might cause him a sleepless night tonight, getting so close, just 3 runs away. And more than anything else, it's the manner of the dismissal, a rush of blood, the anxiousness and nervousness of never having done that before, getting the better of him. Secretly, Ambrose still alongside me. Secretly, he made a very important point there, chatting with Nikhil, that point of self-realization. An issue that face young players coming through. You have that self-doubt, and until you actually put in a good performance, you don't have necessarily the confidence and the belief that you belong to this level. He made the point that having played the way he did, gotten to that score, it reinforces in him that he belongs at this level. Important, isn't it?
Very important. As he said, he had doubts if he was good enough. Now that he got so close to that 100, just missed out by 3 runs, that gave him a lot of confidence now that he can do it. And as he said, he will build on that going forward. So this 100, not too far away.
Yeah, just a few Test matches in his career, so certainly he'll be learning a lot every time he takes the field. Another one who will be learning quite a lot is the other youngster from Dominica, Alec Athenay's, who himself was, I suppose, a little bit disappointing the way he started early on, scratchy. But then as he got his rhythm, he started to flow. He looked quite fluent. But like his teammate before him in Mikael Louis, he too gifted his wicket away. a partnership of 140, and they were getting into a position of dominance. And that's, I suppose, something that they'll have to learn from secretly as we see the partnerships there, 59, Hodge and Louis, 140, Athanase and Louis. When you get to a position where you can create history for yourself, you want to make sure that you cross that line.
Most certainly. I thought the way he started, Athanase, really scratching and scraping, and that's the dismissal. Very, very soft. He himself will be extremely disappointed to be dismissed that way and not get into a ton. But something that he can learn from going forward.
Yeah, and it's not the first time. I mentioned that 92 he scored against South Africa. These are the bowling fingers from the Bangladesh fast bowlers and all of their bowlers who toiled tirelessly throughout the course of the day. They had some helpful conditions early up, lots of lateral movement, some swing, tasking was good in that initial period. And secondly, winning the toss and opting to bowl, this is what you want to see, don't you?
Of course. There was some moisture in the surface, was seaming around, nipping around, got Craig Brathwaite, the skipper, on the back foot. I was a judge, LBW. That was a soft dismissal. Casey Carty just chipping one to short mid-wicket and was dismissed. So there was a very, very good start for Bangladesh.
Yeah, at that stage, Bangladesh were thinking about a few more wickets in that first session, but it was not to be. West Indies showed good fight throughout the course of the Kavem Hodge came in. He's usually a very busy player. He likes to run hard between the wickets. But on this occasion, there was a misjudgment. Good bit of feeling, a good release, and good throw, which saw Kavem Hodge falling short of his crease. And another, I suppose, disappointing dismissal today for the West Indies, and that's perhaps a common theme for them tomorrow, though, secretly, as we sort of look towards the day's play. 250 for 5. They'll be hoping for close to 400, perhaps?
Most certainly. They have to come back tomorrow and start all over again. 2 new batsmen in the silver and Greaves. So I believe that the Bangladeshis are a little bit more confident at this time, having ended the day taking 5 wickets. So still helpful conditions, but tomorrow's another day. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what happens in that first session.
Yeah, we're thankful for the weather. We didn't have any sort of interruption. There has been tremendous rainfall here in Antigua over the past week or so. So tomorrow, we expect that we'll be on air at 9:45 a.m. local time for day 2 of the first test. West Indies up against Bangladesh. We want to thank you for the pleasure of your company, and on behalf of everyone in front and behind the cameras, we look forward to more of the same tomorrow. Goodbye for now.
continues in the Caribbean.
Yeah, welcome to the highlights of the first test. D1, West Indies up against Bangladesh. Craig Brathwaite and Mikael Louis, the opening batters. West Indies lost the toss and they were inserted. Some good shots up front from the openers, but the wicket came eventually. Craig Brathwaite falling to Taskin Ahmed, and not too long after, Casey Carty was dismissed without scoring. A simple catch for Tygel, and then came a partnership between Hodge and Mikael Louis. That partnership was worth 56. Mikael Louis showed good promise, good balance at the crease. Got up another test match half century, his second. Alec Athanaze joined him, and this partnership was something to behold. It was worth 140 with shots like these on both sides of the wicket. Athanaze grew in confidence and fluency as his innings progressed, showing good timing, good technique, and good touch. Mikael Louis advancing and smashing that one for 6 straight over the bowler's head. Athanaze himself getting a half century. It was really pleasing to see these two young West Indians in full flight. Athanaze tried that slug sweep on a number of occasions. It was a productive stroke for him, and eventually Mikael Louis fell for 97, agonizingly close to a first test on, and not too long after, Alec Athanaze followed suit, falling for 90, so the nervous 90s in full effect. 250 for 5 is where they close on day 1.
Catch it! Catch it! Back it!
Ladies and gentlemen, that boundary has brought up a second test match half century for Mikhail Louis, coming in 104 deliveries.
Catch it! Catch it! Catch it!
Third test match half century for Alex.
ঘুরবে ঘুরবে ঠিক আছে ঘুরবে